right, ladies and gentlemen, it's 3 o'clock, December 15, 2021. This is the Carson City Planning Commission regularly scheduled meeting. I'd like to call it to order at this time and call the roll, please.
Chair Borders,
Present?
Vice Chair Wiggins. Here. Commissioner Eswine. He hasn't joined.
No, not yet.
Commissioner Kilgore. No. Commissioner Lloyd.
Present.
Commissioner Perry. Here. Commissioner Preston. Here. A quorum's present.
Thank you. Commissioner Perry, would you lead us in the pledge, please? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. For public comment, members of the public are invited to address the commission at this time and comment on any matter that is not relevant to or within the authority of the Planning Commission, including any matter that is not specifically included on the agenda as an action item. If you're here to speak on an item that is on the agenda, I would ask that you wait until that item is called. And this is a kind of a two-part meeting tonight. We started at 3 o'clock. We're going to continue with our regular business until we are completed with it or whatever. And then starting at 5 o'clock, we will take up item number 6, which is the slaughterhouse and the meat processing plant. So that will not start until after 5 o'clock. Is there any public comment at this time? Yes, ma'am. Please come forward.
Okay. I apologize. My name is Charlotte Stewart, and I cannot be here at 5 o'clock to comment on the slaughterhouse, but it's very important because I am the manager of the mobile home park that they're trying to put it right next to. So I was told by Heather that I could comment. I'm here because I'm the manager of Villa Sierra Mobile Home Community. We're located less than 900 feet from Carson Valley Meat's proposed location. This is where I live and work. We provide permanent spaces for 42 families and have over 100 residents. We don't like the location proposed for the slaughterhouse. I have done my research by calling other boutique slaughterhouses. Wolfpack Meat told me that they are special because they are designed with soundproof walls and state-of-the-art equipment. Unless it's designed exactly like them, it won't be like them. However, crime is still higher in that area of Reno. A small facility in Colorado told me our main worries should be flies, gases for refrigeration, and if an animal gets loose. He also said no way would he want to live by a slaughterhouse, no matter the size. I'm asking you today, please respect our peaceful enjoyment and decline this proposal. I grew up in Greeley, Colorado. They had a big slaughterhouse rendering plant, meatpacking company. I know that Carson Valley Meats is much smaller. However, the impact the slaughterhouse had on Greeley is terrible. Lots of people there have asthma. There's lots of crime, lots of domestic violence, meningitis, and several other unsavory problems that have been directly linked to living by a slaughterhouse. The homes in our community have been there for over 25 years. Also, the home values will go down. Some of the people that live there have spent their entire life savings to have a home there. This is a bad location that will directly financially hurt the existing residents. I hope you realize approving this could have a negative impact for a very long time. And I just wanted to add that we still were never notified by mail. And I think that's kind of sneaky. Thank you.
Any other public comment at this time? Is it in regard to the slaughterhouse? 5 o'clock, ma'am. Well, 3 minutes. You may take it off. Is the light on?
Your microphone.
Yes.
Please identify yourself and where
My
you're
name-
from.
My name is Cheryl Rookwood, and I live here in Carson City.
Thank you.
And I'm here because I oppose Agenda Item 60, the proposed slaughterhouse special use permit. I oppose the slaughterhouse in our city and the proposed location for many reasons. I won't be here long enough to be able to address all the reasons, so I'll just give you several. First, a slaughterhouse is not appropriate near homes and neighborhoods. Would you want it within 900 feet or approximately a fifth of a mile near your home, where you would be subjected to terrible odors, noise, and increased congestion from trucks going in and out? I think not. The water needs are tremendous. A lot of water is needed during the slaughter for each animal, afterwards for cleanup of the facility and the workers, and for washing down the road and parking lot from manure spilling out of the delivery trucks. This will be a huge drain on a precious resource that is already compromised due to drought and increased growth needs. Also, a slaughterhouse is not consistent with several areas of our master plan, and it certainly does not meet Master Plan Goal 9.3B, stable and cohesive neighborhoods offering a mix of housing types. I sincerely hope you listen to us, all the people who clearly oppose this slaughterhouse in our city, and I urge you to vote no on the proposed slaughterhouse special use permit. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Is there any other public comment at this time?
I'd sign in there. Denny French, Carson City, Nevada. I actually have a comment that's not related to the meat processing facility. I'm concerned about the locations of your screens and some of the.
I'm sorry. I can't hear you.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I'm concerned about being able to see and be able to follow. And these screens are not located in areas that make that very helpful to me, and there might be some considerations made about that. Also, I'd like to comment on my circumstances. I walk a lot, and I've been so close to being hit so many times. I'd just like to make a public service request that people should be able to see me, but they have to look. They have to be looking, or they won't see me no matter what I have on. So I'd like everybody to have a good holiday, and I know it would ruin mine if I got run over, and I don't think it would enhance theirs. So if people could just watch out for pedestrians, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for wearing white so we can see you.
I'm sorry?
Thank you for wearing white so we can see you at night
Thank you.
instead of a black jacket.
Oh, thank you.
Are there any other comments? All right. Approval of the minutes. First possible action is approve the minutes of September 29th, 2021. Yes, sir.
This is Todd Reese, Deputy DA for the record. The NRS Chapter 241 generally requires minutes to be approved within 45 days absent good cause. In this case, there is good cause to approve these minutes later due to the changes that were requested by the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Okay. Is there any additions or corrections to the minutes of September 29th? Have a motion then?
I move to approve.
Okay, there's a motion by Commissioner Preston. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right. Second by Commissioner Wiggins. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
I have to abstain. I was not at that meeting.
Okay. Motion carries. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, motion carries. All right. Approval of the minutes of November 16th, 2021. Are there any further additions or corrections to those minutes? Commissioner Preston, do you move to approve those also?
I move to approve the
All right,
minutes.
Commissioner Lloyd, you seconded? All right, any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Item 6A, discussion and possible action regarding a request for a tentative subdivision map for the common open space development known as East Robinson Street and North Solomon Road, Blackstone Ranch North, to create 137 single-family residential lots on a plus or minus 41.07 acre portion of a 78.81 acre site within the Lampa Ranch North specific plan area on property zone multifamily duplex, multifamily apartment, and general commercial located west of Interstate 580, north and east of Robinson Street and south of East William Street, APNs 010-041-39, 010-041-52. Heather. Heather 2.
Good evening, Chair Borders and Planning Commissioners. Heather Manzo for the record. This evening is a request for a subdivision that would utilize the Common Open Space Development Standards in 17.10 of our code. The applicant is requesting 137 single-family detached residential lots with a minimum lot size of 3,500 square feet on approximately 70 of the lots, and 4,500 square feet as a minimum lot size for the remaining 67 lots. The proposed subdivision will include 5.89 acres of common open space, which far exceeds what the code requirements would be for a subdivision of this type. Among the common open space areas include a clubhouse for residents, a trail system, and trail connections to other development adjacent to the site, and passive common open space that's landscaped, and some of that would provide for low, for LID features. This request represents the build-out of the west side of I-580 within the Lampa Ranch North specific plan area as far as the residential development goes. You have seen and the board has previously approved two phases of residential development that's to the south of this project. In addition to that, there are a couple of undeveloped commercial sites that may come forward at a future date. So this will represent phase 3 and essentially be the end of the planned residential development on the west side of the freeway. The existing parcel includes the future school site, which is identified in yellow on the site plan above, as well as the future park site, which is to the south of the project, identified in a salmon color. Both of those sites are approximately 10 acres in size and are per the terms of the specific plan handbook. The proposed development identifies the common open space areas in yellow and green, as well as orange on the site plan. And as mentioned, does exceed the requirements for a common open space development. With this request, there is a parcel map application in to create the parcels for the school, the park site, and a small remainder parcel to the north of this subdivision. That's in review at this time and just pending recordation. There are various triggers identified in the specific plan handbook, as well as the development agreement and other elements for the Lampa Ranch North project. You'll see through the staff report, there are several conditions of approval recommended where appropriate to address those terms as it relates to this project. A memo was prepared on December 14th outlining staff's recommended amendments to the conditions that were presented in the staff report. I believe you received that yesterday afternoon. And the applicant has worked with staff over the last several months to address comments and to modify their plan to really get us to a place where staff is able to recommend approval and the project works well as a standalone project. It should be noted that secondary access is required as a part of the project, and in this case is proposed coming from the northwest portion of the site down along the eastern side of the future school site. So there would be a road called Monroe Street in the plans that were provided that are between the future school site and the existing Carson High School site. That does provide adequate secondary access to meet the public works as well as fire department standards. Oops. So at this time, staff did not receive any comments or inquiries from the general public on this request. As proposed and with conditions outlined in the staff report, in addition to the ones that are presented in the staff memo, staff is able to make all the necessary findings and is recommending that the Planning Commission forward a recommendation for approval to the Board of Supervisors. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Can you back up one slide, please? The area to the north, the blank space, what is that?
That is a remainder parcel. It is zoned multifamily apartment. It's about 2.49 acres in size. And so it's just part of the parcel map that is not part of this project.
Oh, it will not be part of this project?
It is not part of this project. It may be developed in the future.
Okay. I have a couple of questions on the conditions that you have. Number 16, Heather talks about the 3-year maintenance plan. When does something like that start?
That 3-year maintenance plan will need to be provided with the site improvement permit. So they'll have to provide the plan at that time. And the 3 years would begin once they start moving dirt.
So the go-ahead date for them to start working on the site starts the 3-year cycle?
That's correct.
Okay.
And in addition to that, there is going to be a landscape maintenance district as well as an HOA to manage the
Yeah.
common
I
open
was just
space
worried,
area.
I understand what they're gonna do, I just couldn't figure out when the start date was, as to when it would take into effect.
Thank you.
Number 29. Do we really want a private lift station? Stephen,
Stephen Potato, Development Engineering for the record. So the goal is to not have any lift stations at all.
Understand.
Obviously. But in the event that it's needed, we would prefer to have the burden of maintaining that fall on the development, since it's only serving that development. It's not a regional lift station that's serving multiple different neighborhoods. They would have to build it to our standards, which are pretty stringent, and there's a lot of safeguards involved with that, including redundant pumps and backup power. So
but it would just seem to me that it would be easier to take care of or maintain or have control over if they paid to build it and we maintained it. But it was just a question. Are there any other questions from staff or the commission? One more on item 44. What's an LMD?
I apologize that I didn't spell it out. That's a landscape maintenance district.
Thank you. Yeah, please use the acronyms. Give it at least once so I can find it. All right. Since there are no other questions for staff, is the applicant here?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes?
I did have a question.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Perry, go ahead.
So for staff, so as I understand going through this project includes where the homes are going to be built and also includes the park site and school site. So is part of this, I just wanted for clarity to know, the dedication of 10 acres for a school site and 10 acres for the park site is part of this whole approval process. Is that correct?
That's not correct. The applicant has carved out the lands that will be, intended for those purposes. In the development agreement, the school site needs to be offered to the school district, and it can't really be accomplished until the parcel exists. And then with the park site, the applicant is required to go into an agreement with the Parks Department for both design and future dedication once the park's been developed. So that's all going to happen at a later stage, but they're in the works.
So the boundaries of this are just what are shown here as the development itself.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. I'm Mike.
Push your button so your green light comes on.
There you go. Good afternoon. For the record, Mike Raley with Christie Corporation here representing Blackstone Development Group. Josh Myers with Blackstone Development Group is with me, as well as Lauren Chilson with Headway Transportation. I have a brief presentation. To be honest with you, I think Heather covered 99.9% of what was in my presentation. I just would like to point out that this, as Heather mentioned, is kind of the last phase of the project. It provides yet another varied form of housing. We have larger lots, mid-range lots, these smaller lots, and then multifamily down further south. So it really provides a full range. It is in compliance with the specific plan as well as the development agreement, and we are in agreement with all the conditions, and we're just here to answer any questions you might have.
Are you in agreement with the conditions dated December 14th also?
Yes, we are.
Okay, that was my next question. Is there any other questions for the developer? Okay,
If I may, Chair Borders,
Yes, ma'am.
clarify. On condition number 16, I got clarification from the planning manager that that would actually kick off with the recordation of the first final map.
with the first,
Final map?
okay. So the start date is the date the final map is recorded. The
Yes,
first
sir.
final map is recorded.
Yes.
Okay, super. All right. And a lot of these other conditions in here, it says, prior to the issuance of the first site improvement permit, who keeps track of all that? Is that your, y'all's job?
Yes, our offices will track that.
Okay, all right. All right. Any public comment? Thank you, sir.
Uh-oh. Sorry. Mr. Chair and Commissioners, Denny French, I'm sorry I didn't start that right, the first one, but I am concerned because I can't really follow what you're putting up as far as maps and locations. Perhaps if you said the red means this, or the pink means that, or the blue. In this case, it's orange or yellow and green colors. So the mapping is very difficult for people to see the streets and get really in the right position to know exactly what you're talking about. I've been down, walked past the high school, walked past the Mormons church. I walked into an area that was being developed. Now that's phase one, I imagine, right? Well, there seems to be work going on all over the place, so I'm not sure how they segmented it off. And so that would be helpful for a person like myself in observations without the use of some of the computer accesses. So for myself as a public, it's a bit confusing as to what's what. So I'm just making a comment. These illustrations and such are great, but unless they really set like by a compass or a main street, it's really hard to get oriented for myself. And I don't know if there's others that are like that, but I guess I'm the only one stepping up about it. But I appreciate your patience, and I'll check in with people that I can talk with so I don't take any more of your time. I know it's hard, but thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other public comment at this time? Okay, commissioners. All right. Commissioner Wiggins, go ahead.
I move to recommend approval of tentative subdivision map SUB-2021-0399 based on the ability to make the required findings and subject to the conditions of approval.
As amended by the December 14th memo.
Yes.
All right. There's a second?
I'll second.
Who won? Commissioner Perry. All right. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 6B, LU 2021-0346, discussion and possible action regarding a special use permit to retain an existing billboard on property zone general commercial located at 4440 Highway 50 East, APN 008-281-11. Commissioner Lloyd.
Commissioner Lloyd for the record. NRS 281A.420 requires me to disclose a conflict of interest and abstain from voting when I have a disqualifying conflict. Mr. Christoph Wickstead has previously provided public comment regarding the billboard at issue in this agenda item, and the Planning Commission previously asked the applicant to work with Mr. Wickstead to minimize the light affecting his property. I have a personal relationship with Mr. Wickstead that qualifies as a commitment in a private capacity under NRS 241A.065. Due to the relationship, the judgment of a reasonable person in my position would be materially affected, and I will not be voting on this matter.
Okay, thank you. Heather.
Thank you, Heather Ferris for the record. The parcel is zoned general commercial and is located on the north side of Highway 50 East, just west of Empire Ranch Road. The primary business on site is used auto sales. The billboard has been at this location for approximately 15 years. The applicant is requesting to retain the existing billboard at this location. Per the city's development standards, a special use permit for a billboard automatically expires 5 years from the date of issuance. This matter was considered by the Planning Commission at their October 27th, 2021 meeting. During that meeting, the neighboring property owner raised concerns regarding the lighting of the sign. The commission continued the item to this meeting to provide the applicant with an opportunity to resolve the lighting issue with the neighbor. The applicant and the neighbor did meet on site following the October Planning Commission meeting. According to the applicant, they've adjusted the angle of the lights in hopes of redirecting some of the reflection and have offered to ensure that if a paid advertisement is not present, the lights will be turned off. Additionally, they've indicated that they will work with their clients to run darker designs to reduce the amount of glare. After the October meeting, staff re-reviewed the previously approved special use permit for the billboard and discovered that a condition requiring the lighting to be shielded was erroneously dropped from the conditions of approval. And you can see in this, you've got the 2016 special use permit on the right where the lights on the east side of the sign were shielded. At that meeting in 2016, the Planning Commission approved the special use permit requiring the applicant to provide shielding on the west side as well. Since that time, I believe the ownership of the sign has changed. The lighting appears to have changed as well, and there is no shielding on the lights. So staff is now recommending inclusion of conditions 7 through 10, which require the lights to be shielded on both the east and west sides of the sign. Also requires any modification of the lighting to be approved by the Planning Division, and lights are to be turned off when a paid advertisement is not present, and the applicant is required to use a darker, non-glossy design to reduce the amount of glare. The Planning Commission has the authority to approve a special use permit upon making each of the required findings in the affirmative. Staff has made all 7 findings and is recommending approval subject to the conditions of approval included in your staff report. I'm available for questions, and the applicant, Ben Cosio with Lamar Advertising, is here and is available for questions as well.
Okay. Questions for staff? Heather, have you talked to the property owner about the changes in conditions, and what was his feeling on that?
So Mr. Wickstead has provided some comments. I believe he still has concerns with the lighting, and I think he's here tonight and may wish to speak
okay.
to the Planning Commission as well.
All right. Applicant. Are you familiar with all 10 of the conditions of approval?
Ben Cosio with More Advertising. Yes, I am.
Okay, are they acceptable to you?
They are.
Okay. Are there any questions for the applicant? All right. Public comment? Yes, sir.
For the record, Chris Wickstead, Carson City resident for 20 years, formerly of the Redevelopment Authority and lots of other stuff. Thanks for taking the time. Thanks for your help, Heather. Yeah, it looks like they did dim the lighting somewhat as well as bend them around. So there's like one side of the billboard is a little dimmer than the other. I still get a glare on the house, so it's probably impossible to get rid of that. It's a billboard and it's got a light copy on it right now. They kind of saw that and agreed with me on site. So yeah, I mean, from my perspective, we all have a job to do here. I have to raise a child at this house. These guys have to put up billboards and you guys have to decide what to do. You know, I don't want this billboard. It's blight and it's a distraction to my peaceful enjoyment of the house. So that's my opinion on it. You know, these gentlemen have come and met with me and they were very pleasant, very polite and very workable. So that's that. But I don't think billboards should be within 1,000 feet of any residence in the city, period. And that's all I have to say.
Okay. Thank you. Any other public comment? Okay. Comments from the commissioners? Heather, can we look at this in a year and see if it's all complied?
So
I'm half inclined to decline it just because. But
I think since it's a discretionary permit,
Yeah.
if the planning commission is still hesitant, but you want to give the applicant an opportunity, then yes, we can review it sooner than the 5 years. We would just need to make a change to the condition of approval.
Okay. Well, if personally, if I approve this, I'd like to see that happen. Because I think this has been mishandled from the start. And I believe the property owner. And to find that this does or does not violate the peaceful enjoyment of a resident, you know, bothers me. So I would like to see us review this in a year. And if everything works the way everybody says it's going to work, then that'll be fine. So, yes, sir.
I did want to add one thing that we didn't have planned prior to our submittal is we did go and actually put a tint on top of the lighting as well. And I can submit photos later if you guys like to see them.
No, I think if we approve this and we put a 1-year limit on it, I think it behooves you to do everything you can
Absolutely.
to
That's
make
why we
sure
wanted to
that
try one more.
everybody's happy.
Definitely.
And that you can keep your billboard. I'm not, but would you be opposed to coming back in a year and talking to us about it?
No, not at all.
Okay. Any other comments from the commission? All right. Yeah.
Commissioner Wiggins, for the record, I apologize, I missed this meeting when it originally happened. Is there a timing system on these lights? In other words, there probably isn't a lot of traffic at midnight to 4 in the morning that sees this. Have we ever done that? I'll ask you first. Have we ever put a timing restriction on billboards?
Not that I'm aware of.
Commissioner Preston?
Commissioner Preston, for the record, I agree with you. I think we need to revisit this in a year. I also would know that, you know, we have I'm kind of like torn on this thing. We cannot protect view corridors. However, we can require compliance of the billboard. And these new conditions are great, but I would definitely like to review this in a year to make sure that nothing was dropped as was dropped with the previous one.
And you want to, what about your timer? Okay.
Okay, we can ask, here, I'll ask the applicant, or the applicant. Have you ever put a timing system on these to reduce glare in the middle of the night when probably no one's driving by buying things?
Yes, there is a timer in place. Generally, we run from dusk or just before dusk until midnight, unless it's paid extra through our advertisers. Then they'll run from midnight beyond. We would be willing to turn it off though, like we said before, with non-paid advertisers, or if the ordinance should change to where it's midnight, and that's something it's easy enough to comply with. The other option that we asked about was flipping the lights back underneath the board, which Carson City's ordinance
can't do
says
that.
there's no dark skies clause, so, which is why the light's dissipating backwards instead of into the air, but.
Okay. Want me to make a motion? All right. I'll do it.
Okay.
All right. Let me find my place here. I move to approve LU 2021-0346 based on the findings and subject to the conditions of approval contained in the staff report with the addition of a one-year review from this date.
For clarification, I think we can modify condition 4.
Okay, that's fine.
Requiring, so the special use permit would expire in 1 year. They'd have to come back through this process in 1
Yes.
year instead of 5.
Okay, all right, that would be fine. Is there a second?
And let me-
Mr. Preston?
Second.
All right, any further discussion?
Yes, just for clarification, on number 4, that date would be December 15th, 2022, right?
That date would be December 31st, 2022.
December 31st, 2022. Thank you.
All right. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. All right, thank you. We'll see how it works.
So, Mr. Chair, just to confirm, 4 yeses, 1 abstention, no nos?
1, 2, 3, 4, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Item 6C, ZA 2021-0371, discussion and possible action regarding a zoning map amendment to change the zoning from general commercial to limited industrial for parcels located at 788 and 790 Fairview Drive. Assessor's parcel numbers APN 009-551-08 and 009-551-31. Heather.
Thank you, Heather Ferris, for the record. At its meeting of November 17th, 2020, the Planning Commission was provided with an update on the master plan implementation activities. The commission made recommendation to the Board of Supervisors on the master plan action plan and other master plan related matters, and the Board of Supervisors accepted the report at their January 21st, 2021 meeting. Review of the zoning of these 2 parcels was included in that report. The Planning Commission then considered this matter at their November 16th, 2021 meeting. The recommendation from staff is still to rezone both of the subject properties from general commercial to limited industrial. However, at the meeting, the Planning Commission expressed concerns with creating a non-conforming use should the approved residential treatment facility proceed as approved to be located on APN 009-55131. The Planning Commission continued the item to this meeting for further consideration, and the options discussed at that meeting, at the previous meeting, were to, 1, recommend approval of the zoning map amendment for both parcels, which would result in a non-conforming use should the residential treatment facility proceed with locating at 788 Fairview Drive. 2, do not recommend approval of the zoning map amendment, leaving the 2 subject parcels zoned general commercial. Or 3, recommend approval of the zoning map amendment for the vacant parcel, which is APN 009-55108, and recommend leaving APN 009-55131 as general commercial, and consider keeping it on the annual master plan update to monitor the progress of the residential treatment facility, which would essentially leave it open for the Planning Commission to recommend a zoning map amendment in the future. As I stated, we are still recommending approval based on the ability to make the required findings in the affirmative. With that, I'm available for questions.
Okay. Questions for staff?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Perry?
So it was several meetings ago that we approved the residential treatment facility there. Has there been any activity with regards to construction and modification of that building?
There has not been anything that has been submitted to our office at this point.
I, from a personal standpoint, I have a problem with us creating a zoning map amendment that creates a non-conforming use. And right now, even though there's nothing that's happened there, if we change the zoning to that back, it would be a non-conforming use. And I just don't think that's things we need to do. So as far as I'm concerned, item 2 and 3 are viable, but I don't think item 1 is. So, okay. The comments from the public?
Chairman, Denny
Yes.
French, Carson City, Nevada. Thank you very much. I'm not seeing that there's a presentation of a desire to put something there that would request or demand any zoning changes. So did I miss something? I mean, I obviously miss a lot, so it's not like I'm not expecting maybe, yeah, you missed a whole lot, talk to everybody at the Planning Commission, but if there is, what is the driving force because of what are you considering changing the zoning? If there was someone that could answer that very sort of shortly, I'd appreciate it.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, do you want me to try to field that question?
Well, I just,
Or,
If I've totally missed the point, I'll talk with Heather or
the,
with,
the point is that there's an application for this property that would require a special use permit to build a hospital in essence there. If we change the zoning, then that hospital would be a non-conforming use.
well, I understand that, but since the cart's seeming to be before the horse, to me, if there's not a hospital making a request for a change of zoning, what's motivating the zoning change?
Because it's zoned correctly now.
Well, to change it for an arbitrary considerations, I just need to know, is there some plan for something to come in? Someone's already put in an application for a specific?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes.
Our next item's going to be very similar to what my answer is. Essentially, every year, the Planning Commission, the Board of Supervisors reviews the city's master plan. As part of that review, they identify areas where the zoning is not consistent with the master plan. The objective of zoning is to implement the master plan. So you always want your zoning to be consistent with the master plan. So in this case, this was rezoned to accommodate a school. The school is no longer there. So
see.
staff brought this to the Board of Supervisors a year ago. Board of Supervisors said, yeah, let's fix it. And what the chairman's saying is in the intervening time, an application came forward based on the existing zoning. So the chair is uncomfortable rezoning it and creating a non-conforming use. Okay?
I think I've got that. Thank you very much. That made it pretty basic. Thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion?
Commissioner Wiggins, for the record, I believe on this subject, I was kind of the opinion of we're changing something that's already in progress and it's not necessary to waste all this effort. And then I believe Commissioner Preston brought up an even better point was, why don't we address the lot that doesn't even have a building on it? So in case someone comes in and wants to do something there, it would be zoned properly. So I would be in favor of rezoning the empty lot back to match the master plan, but while something else is in progress for an existing structure, doesn't seem necessary to create that non-conforming use, like you said.
Okay.
So that's all I have.
All right, I would agree with that. Commissioner Preston? Commissioner Perry, what's your?
yes, I would agree too. And since this, the other lot has an approved application on it, I think they have 1 year to execute it and we can go back to it. in however many months we have left there and deal with it, but I think that's a good way to go.
All right, Commissioner
That's-
Lloyd? Okay. I think that's the consensus then, is that we select item 3.
We need a motion.
So we still need a motion,
Yeah.
but the sum of the motion is option 3. So is there a motion?
Well, can I ask a question of which lot is which address is which, before I make a motion and we do the wrong lot? 788 or 900 Fairview Drive, which is the one that has an approved treatment facility?
788 Fairview.
So we would be having a motion that recommended 900 Fairview be rezoned. Okay, I'll try a motion if you'd like, Mr. Chairman.
All right.
I move to recommend to the Board of Supervisors approval of the zoning map amendment ZA 2021-0371 for rezoning back to light industrial for parcel that would be 009-55108, right? Right. And leaving parcel 009-551-31 as in its current zoning of general commercial. Does that work?
Yeah.
Oh. Oh, yeah, we had it written up already.
Yeah. It's option 3 in the December 3rd memo.
Okay, do you want me to re-motion that? Strike that motion. I move to recommend approval of the zoning map amendment for APN 009-55108, which is 900 Fairview Drive, and recommend leaving APN 009-55131, 788 Fairview Drive Zone General Commercial.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Lloyd, seconds.
Thanks.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Discussion and possible action regarding recommendations to the Board of Supervisors concerning the annual master plan report. Oh, hello there.
Hope Sullivan, Community Development Director. We're not on the right slide. There we go. Okay, so Nevada Revised Statute 278, 190, and then the number 1, states the Planning Commission shall endeavor to promote public interest in and understanding of the master plan and of official plans and regulations related thereto. As a means of furthering the purpose of the master plan, the commission shall annually make recommendations to the Board of Supervisors. So you kind of got a preview of my presentation when I answered Mr. French's question. Basically, what we're doing today is we're doing our annual review of the master plan, and you'll make a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors. What's included in your packet is our newly adopted city strategic plan, which was adopted by the Board of Supervisors in September 2021. I'll point out that under the quality of life and community is a tactic to update the master plan with a targeted completion date of 2025. So the Board of Supervisors has put in the strategic plan to update the master plan. We have a little bit of time, but working on Title 18, time can get away from you. Also associated with the sustainable infrastructure is a tactic to, quote, encourage growth within the existing urban boundaries and infill in existing developed areas to prevent sprawl and higher infrastructure maintenance costs. That's actually that part of the strategic plan, interestingly, and it's nice that does this, is absolutely consistent with our master plan, which the guiding principle of our master plan calls for compact, efficient patterns of growth. In looking at this item, you can consider the strategic plan in reviewing the current master plan and make any applicable recommendations to the Board of Supervisors. I also want to point out the draft action plan report, which includes updates on various policies within the master plan. The updates appear in bold and were prepared by various city agencies. So what have we done this last year in terms of master plan implementation? We've reviewed Title 18. We've implemented the linkage between the land use data and the growth management and water demand data. and you're using that water demand data and the land use data that you've studied as the growth management in making decisions. And we've looked at some master plan land use map and zoning corrections, specifically on Lapeer Drive was a zoning map amendment. Highway 50 was a zoning map and master plan amendment, and you just looked at the property on Fairview Drive. So what are our recommendations for 2022? We need to keep looking at Title 18. I've met with the DA's office, and you've gotten through sort of the meat of it that you're trying to get through. But as you all know, working through Title 18, as you do all the time and as we do, it's just an integrated document. And so it's not going to work if we just update a portion and not other portions. So we'll need to get through the balance of Title 18 and the development standards. There's also some master plan land use map and zoning map corrections that staff has identified for your consideration. First, you'll remember you had that project over here, and I have it up on the screen, at the corner of West College and Oak Ridge. You had a residential project, and because the park was zoned residential, they had certain setbacks, whereas had the park not been zoned residential, they would not have had those required setbacks. And they requested a variance. That variance, you denied it. It was appealed to the Board of Supervisors. At that time, the Board of Supervisors said, can we just clean this up and let's get our parks zoned as public as opposed to residential so we don't have to work through these things. So these first 5 or so zoning map amendments are essentially city facilities, Schultz Ranch Park, Schultz Ranch Detention Basin, Imus Park over in the north east corner of the city, Silver Saddle Ranch, Long Ranch Open Space, and we'll stop there. So these properties these are not all the parklands, but these are the park and open space properties that are not zoned as public. And typically what we do is if we have publicly owned land, we'll designate it as public. At your last meeting, I think you heard from the public about the Empire Cemetery, which is our next one. That's currently has a master plan designation of community regional and a zoning designation of general industrial. Because of the function of this property, it probably should have a master plan designation of open space and a zoning of conservation reserve. So that's included in your report. 700 Fleischman Way. This is a single-family home that's zoned as public because it used to be owned by the hospital. The master plan designation's medium-density residential. In order to implement the master plan, you would rezone it to something consistent with medium-density residential. This next property on the northeast corner of South Salomon in Colorado, it's vacant, and it's a split zone right now. So the master plan calls for the northern portion is mixed-use commercial, and the southern portion is medium-density residential. The zoning is limited industrial on the north, and the southern portion is single-family 1 acre, which is not consistent with medium-density residential. So to create master plan consistency, a zoning map amendment would be appropriate. 1700 Colorado Street. This land use is a mobile home park. The master plan has a designation of medium-density residential with a zoning of limited industrial on the north portion and single-family 6,000 on the south portion. In this one, we may want to consider either rezoning for master plan consistency, or you could consider whether or not for that northern portion, it makes sense for a master plan amendment since the balance of it is industrial. What you can see on the map to the left labeled master plan, you'll see the medium densities going all the way up to Fairview, yet we have a limited industrial zoning there. 1788 and 900 Fairview Drive, you just recommended the rezoning of one of these properties, which leaves us with a property that's general commercial, the 788 property. So this is something you may want to include, so it will come before you next year when you do your master plan amendment, and you can see what the resolution has been on a proposed occupant for that building. Though that's the extent of the master plan zoning map corrections that staff has identified. We now have the Brown Street specific plan. In your packet, you have an email from Dwight Millard. The Brown Street specific plan, we don't look at a lot, and we don't look at it a lot because it's small. It's 10.9 acres. It's south of Slot World, so it's west of Fairview Drive, south of Highway 50. And it's, Mr. Millard owns a third of it. A lot of it's developed. I think the concept was it would be redeveloped, but there's a question, and Mr. Millard's questioning the value of the specific plan. There's some obligations to the property, or for the properties within the specific plan area to make certain improvements that properties outside the specific plan area aren't subject to. So this may be a specific plan. We do want to, pause and just review it and make sure it's adding value and it's doing what it was intended to do without creating unnecessary non-value added burdens. So this was a request by Mr. Millard, and you have that email in your packet. In the past year, we've only had one master plan amendment. It was the property on Sutro. Remember, it was a woman's house and it was designated for industrial, and you redesignated it residential. I'm not going to say that that was a flaw in the master plan, although some people saw it that way, because it really was right on the edge. It had industrial land just to the north of it. It had industrial land just to the east of it. It very well could have sold as an industrial property, but the intention was to sell it as residential, and it was redesignated. If we were to have a lot of requests for master plan amendments, I think we'd have to pause and wonder how good our master plan was and if it was really meeting the needs of the community. But we just had that one. Growth trends. We tend to talk about growth trends when we look at the master plan amendment. We also do this when you serve as the Growth Management Commission. Master Plan Policy 1.1A says that we should monitor growth trends and conduct periodic reviews of the city's growth capacity to ensure that the master plan is consistent with the city's water and wastewater master plan, which of course you do when you sit as the Growth Management Commission. In terms of growth, right now in 2021, we're on track for about 200 housing starts. So I'm going to say it's sort of a slow to moderate pace. We're not bursting at the seams. I'm a little worried about the supply chain, to be honest with you. I think things may very well slow down. What I'm hearing from the building inspectors is that out in the field, the builders can't get the supplies they need to build. The inspectors are trying to work with the builders as much as they can, but there's limitations to how flexible they can be in the interest of meeting the building code. So this is a concern, but it's not the government policies that are slowing up building. What's slowing, or saying the pace, I should say, of building is really the availability of labor and the availability of materials. You all have approved a lot of tentative maps. The board, you've recommended the approval. The board's approved them. The lots are there to be built on. And again, you can only build as fast as you can get the labor to build it and the materials to build it. If there are any policies or areas of the master plan that the commission thinks should be reconsidered, we can certainly include it in the recommendation to the Board of Supervisors. And with that, I will just conclude my comments and turn it over to you. And you can let me know what you'd like the Board of Supervisors to look at as part of the annual review.
Comments? Hope one thing, if what you say is true about the supply chain pushing everything off, are we 1 or 2 years from now creating a building tsunami that when we start looking at how many permits we're going to allow, we're going to get ourselves pushed up against a stop somewhere?
I don't see us near that. We haven't been near it. We have a chart up right now for residential permits issued by type. We haven't hit 600. In 2018 is a little misleading because that was Carson Hills Apartments, and I requested that they pull out their permits in that single calendar year to clean the slate for 2019, which they did it. So really, if you look at what's been going on, I don't know where the labor's going.
Yeah.
So I just don't see us bumping up against our maximums. If we get there, it'll be an interesting conversation, but I'm not anticipating that conversation.
Okay. Any other comments? Mr. Wiggins?
Commissioner Wiggins for the record. So as I was going through these documents, I actually went through the strategic plan. And something in here was for community development, and it's the enforce building codes and nuisance laws. And your performance measures are number of stop work orders for building permits, number resolved, code enforcement issues resolved. I tried to equate it to, well, that's kind of like being the law enforcement, right? But they don't have those same measures. They were like percent changes and crime stats or things like that. And I was just curious why the metrics aren't similar to like the law enforcement for the building department. I don't want, and here's why I'm asking. I don't want your performance measure to be let's write more tickets for building code violations. I want your
Understood. What our practice is right now is we perform code enforcement on a complaint basis. We don't go out looking for problems to get our numbers up. What my expectation is code enforcement will respond to complaints, will investigate them in a timely and professional manner, and will get resolution when necessary. A success is a resolution, and a resolution is code compliance. I'd rather the resolution not be a visit to the court. So I think I should revisit that metric, but I think resolutions is our objective, and upping our numbers is not our objective. Being responsive is our objective.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is Commissioner Perry. It seems like a good plan to me for attacking these issues. There's a lot more of them, obviously, that we'll be addressing in the next year based on what you have here than we did in the past year. And this is the first time I've seen in there that there's a priority by the supervisors to update the master plan. Is that a component of it or in its entirety?
This is my first year presenting your annual master plan report. So I would read that as a review of the entire master plan, not a portion of the master plan.
Typically, those are done by the city hiring consultants to come in and facilitate lots of meetings, and it's a pretty big task. I've been through one in another place before, so it could go on for at least a year.
Oh, I would think 2 years.
Well, I think Title 18 is also a task that you often see some communities outsource to consultants as well, and we're doing it internally. There's pros and cons both ways. As the people who use the documents on a daily basis and know the community, we kind of have some insights an outside consultant might not have. So I think it's going to come down to what extent do we feel like the master plan's not serving the community and really needs to be revisited, or do we feel like it's doing a pretty good job and should review it, but in large part it works. So I think that conversation's a couple years out because we have to get through Title 18, but it will be a big project.
Thanks.
All right. Any other comments on this item? Is there a public comment on this item? Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. I'm Doreen Mack, and by trade, my profession is interior design. And to confirm what I'm sorry.
My name's Hope.
Hope, that's right. What Hope was saying, yes, labor is a real issue in this business, and you see it all across the board. Manufacturers have closed. Blinds, which were 6 weeks out, are now 6 months. Many of the contractors have retired. Many of the laborers have quit. So everything is running behind schedule. How we get this back on board, I am not sure. COVID has really put a nail in this for everybody. The master plan. When I was doing downtown, I was one of the proponents that was involved in renovating the downtown core. We had done the master plan back then with Lee, and that was a real big issue was. So if those need to be redated, and I can see in some areas where it does, it needs to be updated. So just to confirm what Hope has said is what I'm doing. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And yeah, if you had a boxcar full of 2x4s, you could make a fortune. Yeah, yeah. Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we are.
Okay. First of all, I would
Please
like.
identify yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Kathleen Franco Simmons, and I live at 2108 Utah Street, Carson City. I want to thank Director Hope Sullivan for bringing to you the zoning change on Empire Cemetery. When I saw that this morning, I did a little happy dance, and I'm very happy that you're addressing that, and in such a timely manner. Thank you very much.
Sometimes we listen.
And I appreciate that. Thank you. I'd also like to extend you thanks for the Silver Saddle Ranch and the Long Ranch open space rezones as well, because those are just great too. I have my master plan document, which Hope's office kindly made for me because it's much easier to deal with than online. Okay, so on page 1, and I'm not going to go through every page like this, but page 1 of the master plan, paragraph 1, it says, it's recognized that this document should be reviewed annually at a public hearing. So I'm wondering if this was noticed as a public hearing, or is that in reference to the Board of Supervisors hearing it as a public hearing?
I'd have to go look at the,
Okay.
I'd have to look at the newspaper ad.
So I'm just going to throw out questions, and I know you don't have to answer. Okay. Are you timing me? I guess I better hurry. So number 2 is on page, oh gosh, it's not numbered. So on the staff report, page 1, which mine doesn't have a number in the bottom paragraph, and Hope Director Sullivan, excuse me, did read the, or address the statement that it's to encourage growth within existing urban boundaries and infill in existing developed areas to prevent sprawl and higher infrastructure maintenance costs. And I was trying to figure out where exactly that's referred to. You did say it had more to do with the strategic plan, but that it's in harmony with the master plan. And I think I identified several places, and you did mention one. On the master plan document, Plan 1-3, there are 3 scenarios. Scenario 1, compact urban growth. Scenario 2, mixed-use activity centers. Scenario 3, urban expansion. Then it concludes, based on community feedback, the goals and policies contained in this master plan represent a combination of scenarios 1 and 2, meaning keeping a compact growth, urban growth, and mixed-use activity centers. And you also include in the staff report on page 15 mention of smart growth principles. And for the most part, I'm in support of smart growth principles, but I do have a problem with this compact growth area being used to shove a slaughterhouse into a neighborhood of residential properties. So I have a problem with that, and part of your conclusion says there have been no major requests for changes to the master plan since its adoption. Probably that would be a major request to discuss the urban growth and you know what the infrastructure plan is supposed to look like. Finally, I just wanted to look for a few minutes You're not ringing the bell on me, so I'm going to keep going for a couple of minutes.
About two more, okay?
Okay, I'm trying to hurry. So jumping to the action plan matrix, and I didn't get through all 100 pages of it. I just got through the first about 10 maybe. So there apparently a mixed use evaluate, this is page 2, I'm sorry. Page 2 as a priority level 1. There was, you were to establish interim mixed-use evaluation criteria, and that was completed in 2006. I would just, and I'll send an email later, I'd like to know where I can get a copy of this. Is it online, or can it be sent to me? There's also established mixed-use zoning districts. Continue to implement mixed-use development using the adopted mixed-use evaluation criteria and monitor development patterns for need for additional mixed-use zoning districts. Staff and funding have not been available to take on the significant public process of adopting new zoning districts. And I understand the staff thing, but I just would like to know a lot more about where we're at on that. So I'm going to jump to page 4, develops 2.1D, develop standards for mixed-use development to address compatibility issues. And it's, again, I would be very interested to know what those standards are for mixed-use development and compatibility issues. Looking at 3.1 on the same page, B, establish an environmental lands inventory guide to preservation efforts and aid in the development review process, and require identification of environmentally sensitive areas prior to the development of detailed site plans. It says there was an open space evaluation form, an open space opportunities map. Those have been developed and can be used to assist in developing the inventory. So again, I'd like to know, is that available online, or does one need to know about it and request it? Jumping to page 6, strategy action 6.2A, develop standards for neighborhood infill and redevelopment, and also 9.3B, establish infill and redevelopment standards to minimize impacts on existing neighborhoods. And the the status is continue to implement mixed-use development and monitor those. I'm deeply interested in neighborhood infill and standards that minimize impacts on existing neighborhoods. So I would like to see a lot more effort put towards the standards on that. Jumping to page 6, 1.2A. Is that all?
We're not going to go through all of that. I don't think, it would be better for your time, I think, to sit down with Hope or Heather or somebody and let them go through it with you.
Okay.
I understand your questions, and I'm not trying to minimize it, but I think
They're just
they're
general comments that aren't
documents, and
useful.
it needs a discussion instead of us
Okay.
trying to just take testimony from you.
Okay. Then that's all I have to say.
You understand what I'm saying?
I do to some
Okay.
degree, but I'm just wondering if, how we affect change of the master plan or get some more action items developed. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, the point of this item is it's an annual review.
Yep.
There will be another annual review in a year. The Board of Supervisors will be looking at this probably in January. So I'm happy to meet and discuss any concerns you might have so that she can help develop recommendations for things that she sees as shortcomings in the master plan for the benefit of the board, or it could be for the benefit of this planning commission in a year's time. Because realistically, and I don't want to make excuses, it's a bad look and I don't like it, but we don't have a lot of capacity to take on more than we're taking on with the Title 18 update. but I think the input would be helpful for perhaps not this coming year, but the following year.
Okay. Any other public comment? Okay. Yes, sir.
This is in regards to the slaughterhouse.
We're not, the slaughterhouse doesn't start till 5 o'clock. Sorry.
Oh, wait.
This is on the item of the master plan that we're discussing. If you have a comment on that, I'd be more than happy to listen to you.
Sorry,
That's okay.
I'll make a motion.
Okay. Commissioner Wiggins?
I move to recommend to the Board of Supervisors acceptance of the master plan annual report as presented by staff.
All right, is there a second? Second by Commissioner Preston. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. All right. We have now completed our business except for item 6E, which is LU 2021-0308, which we will reconvene at 5 o'clock to take that item up on the agenda. So at this time, we're adjourned. It is 5 o'clock, December 15th, 2021. This is the regularly scheduled Planning Commission meeting in Carson City, Nevada. We are back from adjournment. Tamara, would you please call the roll?
Chair Borders.
Present.
Vice Chair Wiggins. Commissioner Aswine. Commissioner Kilgore.
Here.
Commissioner Lloyd. Commissioner Perry.
Here.
Commissioner Preston. A quorum's present.
Thank you. We're here to discuss item LU 2021-0308, discussion and possible action regarding a request for a special use permit to allow for a slaughterhouse on property zoned general industrial located on the south side of Highway 50 East and east of Detroit Road, portions of APN 008-371-38, 008-371-39, and 008-371-10. Before we get started, I'd like to thank everybody for coming out, first of all. Number two, I would like to remind you that the Planning Commission is an appointed body, and we're charged with making determinations out of the suitability of projects based upon the master plan, Title 18, and zoning, and how that's interpreted. We do not make policy, we do not change laws, we do not move locations. We just operate under the guidelines and the things that we have to work with. Those other changes that you may or may not want to see in the future come from your Board of Supervisors who you have elected. They're the ones that commit change. All we are doing is interpreting what's already written. This is a public hearing. We are here to receive, when we are done, what will happen is we will have a presentation from the staff. We will have a presentation from the applicant. We will ask questions, and then we will ask the public for their input. When it is your turn to speak, I will call your name. You can come up. Please sit down at one of the two chairs up here. Make sure that the green light is on. Turn the green light on and off by pressing the button. State your name and where you're from. And you're free for 3 minutes to give us what your feelings are on this subject. This is not a question and answer period. This is not a place where this is an open discussion. We are here to sit and listen to you and what you have to say. If there are questions asked, then the staff will record them. At the end of the public hearing, we will attempt to answer any and all of those questions that we can. This project, and I know it's become very popular or very unpopular, but this project is not some of the things that people purport it to be. It's not a feedlot. It's not a livestock storage area. It's a meat processing plant. We are not here to discuss the moralities of being a vegetarian or carnivore. We are not here to discuss any kind of a PETA subject on animal cruelty or not. Those are issues that do not belong in this discussion. We're trying to discuss whether or not this facility, as a small slaughterhouse and meat processing plant, should go in the location that it's currently sited at. And that's what we should base your testimony on. When you come up to speak, you will have 3 minutes. There'll be a timer up here. When the light turns yellow, you'll have 30 seconds. When the light turns red, your time will expire. And we would ask everybody to please adhere to that. Otherwise, we'll be here till sometime tomorrow and we'll have to shovel our way out. I would like to, in advance, we've heard this issue before. There were a lot of people here before and they were very passionate about what they had to say, but they were also very courteous. And I would like to extend to you the fact that we're here just to listen. We're not here to make public comments or private comments about somebody's personality or their lineage or anything else like that. We're looking for you to give us items that will help us make our decision, not will inflame you or us or somebody else. So having said all that, Heather, you got it.
Thank you, Heather Ferris, for the record. This matter was before the Planning Commission at their September 29th, 2021 meeting, at which the Planning Commission approved the special use permit subject to the conditions of approval. Following the Planning Commission meeting, 3 members of the public filed appeals of the Planning Commission's decision. The appeals were scheduled to be heard by the Board of Supervisors on November 18th, 2021. However, prior to the meeting, one of the appellants raised concern that there was incorrect noticing of the nearby mobile home park. As a result, staff researched the claim and confirmed that noticing had not properly been provided to every tenant of the mobile home park. Therefore, the Planning Commission's September 29th, 2021 action approving the special use permit is null and void, and this new public hearing is being held to ensure compliance with Carson City Municipal Code as well as NRS. The applicant's representatives have provided an email wherein they have agreed to all conditions of approval from the September 29th meeting, including the indoor holding area for live animals, limiting the number of times they can increase their operations to 3 times per calendar year, and an annual review of their special use permit. And I believe they might have some additional information for you tonight.
Okay.
The subject property is vacant and zoned general industrial. The subject parcels are currently involved in a lot line adjustment, which actually just recorded earlier this week, resulting in a 4.43 acre parcel on which the applicant is proposing the slaughterhouse in the configuration outlined here in orange. The proposed facility will include a building approximately 5,000 square feet in size for harvesting, processing, storage, and retail sales, and a 5,600 square foot indoor corral or holding area for animals awaiting processing. The applicant proposes processing no more than 60 animals, including beef, goat, lamb, and swine per week, with animals being on site in the corral for no more than 24 hours prior to processing. During weeks where there are local events such as fairs, harvesting may occur up to 3 times per week with a maximum of 120 animals at any one time.
Is that
This
3
may-
times per year?
Yeah, this may occur up to 3 times per calendar year. Additionally, the applicant will offer the processing of wild game. As part of the meat processing, the applicant will also offer on-site custom butchering, curing, and smoking of meats. There will also be a small retail component to this facility where the applicant will offer prepackaged meats for sale. The proposed facility will be required to be USDA certified and will be required to obtain and maintain all local, state, and federal permits and licenses, including but not limited to a wastewater discharge permit from NDEP, a Nevada Department of Agriculture license to operate, and applicable USDA permits. A USDA certified facility must be inspected to ensure that the facility and the products being sold meet USDA requirements. I don't want to expand too much on what those requirements are since I don't represent the USDA, but generally speaking, it requires federal inspectors to be present at all times during livestock slaughter for at least a portion of each shift where further processing of meat products occurs. A USDA certified facility is required to meet stringent federal standards of inspection, including but not limited to humane treatment of animals, sanitation of the grounds, facility, and equipment, including a pest management plan, and proper ventilation and proper disposal of inedible or condemned portions of the animals. A slaughterhouse is a conditional use in the General Industrial Zoning District under Section 18.04.150 of the Carson City Municipal Code. Therefore, a special use permit is required. The Planning Commission is authorized to approve a special use permit subject to making each of the required 7 findings of fact in the affirmative. I'd like to take a few minutes to go over each of those findings.
Okay.
Finding 1 has to do with consistency with the master plan. Staff has determined that the use is consistent with the master plan, specifically Chapter 3 of the master plan, which calls for achieving a more balanced land use pattern by encouraging infill and redevelopment within the city's urbanized area, and industrial areas should generally be located away from residential neighborhoods. Policy 1.1B discourages growth in areas not currently served by urban services or not planned to be served by the city water and wastewater infrastructure. The property is zoned general industrial, as I stated, and is immediately surrounded by properties with the same zoning, including vacant industrial properties, warehouse uses, and a waste management facility, as well as a concrete batch plant. The Villa Sierra Mobile Home Park is also zoned general industrial and constitutes the closest residential use. The closest residential unit is approximately 761 feet from the indoor corral or holding area and approximately 844 feet from the slaughterhouse building. Following the September meeting, I did go back and remeasure the 900 feet that was discussed at the previous meeting was an approximate measurement utilizing the GIS tool available to us. I did go back and I scaled out the drawing. So this is a closer approximation. Other residences are located to the north across Highway 50. Per policy 9.3B, infill and redevelopment should be designed and conditioned to mitigate impacts to existing neighborhoods. The project has been designed and conditioned to mitigate impacts, including limiting the number of days animals can be on site, limiting the number of animals that can be on site, requiring landscaping to provide a visual buffer from the highway, as well as surrounding properties, and requiring all activities to occur indoors, and again, requiring the facility to be USDA certified. Finding 2 has to do with impacts on the use, peaceful enjoyment, economic value, or development of surrounding properties in the general neighborhood. With the recommended conditions of approval, staff believes this finding can also be made. Again, recommended conditions of approval that help to mitigate impacts to neighboring properties include limiting the number of days animals can be on site, limiting the number of animals that can be on site, requiring landscaping to provide a visual buffer from the highway as well as surrounding properties, requiring all activities, including the keeping of the livestock, to be indoors, and requiring the facility to be a USDA certified facility. Finding 3 has to do with impacts on vehicular and pedestrian traffic. As part of the application, staff did require the applicant to submit a traffic memo outlining the estimated trips based on the Institute of Transportation Engineers Trip Generation Manual. The project will generate 53 average daily trips, which is below the threshold for a full traffic analysis. So no additional traffic impact study was required. However, the applicant will be required to improve Brick Road to meet city standards for local streets. Again, staff was able to make this finding in the affirmative. Finding 4 has to do with impacts on public services and facilities. Staff has incorporated conditions of approval to mitigate impacts to water, sewer, public roads, and storm drainage facilities. The recommended conditions require the applicant to pay a pro rata share towards a sewer lift station located downstream, obtain and maintain a wastewater discharge permit through Carson City Environmental Control, and requires an annual review of water usage by staff for at least the first 3 years to ensure water usage is consistent with the estimated water usage utilized for the connection fees. Staff was able to make this finding in the affirmative. Finding 5 asks whether or not it meets the definition and specific standards set forth in Title 18. As conditioned, staff believes that the project does meet the requirements outlined in Title 18. And I'll talk about finding 6 and 7 together. Finding 6 has to do with impacts to public health, safety, convenience, and welfare, and finding 7 has to do with whether or not the project would result in material damage or prejudice to other property in the vicinity. With the recommended conditions of approval, staff believes these findings can also be made. Again, recommended conditions of approval that help to mitigate these impacts include limiting the number of days animals can be on site, limiting the number of animals that can be on site, requiring landscaping to provide a visual buffer from the highway as well as surrounding properties, requiring all activities to occur indoors, and requiring the facility to be a USDA certified facility. As I indicated earlier, the USDA certified facility is required to meet stringent federal standards of inspection, including but not limited to humane treatment of animals, sanitation of the grounds, facility and equipment, including a pest management plan and proper ventilation and proper disposal of inedible or condemned portions of the animal. I'd like to note also that noticing was done consistent with Carson City Municipal Code, which requires properties within 600 feet of the parcel, of a parcel greater than 1 acre, but less than 40 acres in size to be noticed. Notice was also published in the paper 10 days prior to the meeting. We did notice the mobile home park. We did receive a couple of returned notices for vacant lots and vacant spaces in the mobile home park. We received a good amount of public comments, as you know, which have been provided to you either in the staff report packet or as late material. We provided you with all of the comments from the September 29th, 2021 meeting, as well as all comments received for this meeting. We did have a cutoff of 3 p.m. today or Tuesday for all comments. We were able to accommodate a couple of additional comments that were received by 11 a.m. today, but with the logistics of getting this meeting pulled together today, anything that was received after 11 a.m. did not get included in the record. I also wanted to note that we received a question earlier this week from a member of the public regarding the determination as to whether or not there's wetlands on the property, and Stephen may want to talk about this a little bit more. As a result of that question, we are recommending an additional condition of approval, which is included in the December 14th memo. We're asking that the applicant provide a wetland delineation report with the building permit application, and if applicable, obtain approval from the EPA for the project design as it relates to wetlands prior to any permits for construction being issued. As I indicated, staff was able to make all required findings in the affirmative and is recommending approval of the special use permit, subject to the conditions of approval that are outlined in the staff report, in addition to the condition that I just went over with you. Chris Baker with Manhard Consulting is here on behalf of the applicant. I'm available for questions, but first I'm going to pass it over to Stephen so he can address any concerns that development engineering may have.
Okay. Thank you, Heather. Stephen Pote with Development Engineering for the record. I just wanted to touch on a few items that the public brought up just for the benefit of the commission. One of the items was water use for this facility. The applicant provided an estimation of the water use that they're anticipating. Subsequent to that, the citizens provided estimates from a third-party website. That website isn't a recognized source for engineering data and analysis, but it was enough to raise concern for staff. The range that the website was proposing, the low end was pretty close to what the applicant was saying they were going to use for water use. So that is the background to why there's the condition to review annually for water use and ensure that they are where they're supposed to be. And then on the wetland, again, that's a new condition to require the wetland delineation. We did go out and do a site walk before the previous meeting and saw areas where there do appear to be wetlands on the property. Was staff's opinion that it appeared that the wetland areas were outside of the project area. The National Wetland Inventory Map is a resource that we did not consult at that time, and that map does show a riverine channel going through the project area. So that is the background to why that condition is being required to provide the wetland delineation. So it is our opinion that the wetland delineation probably won't show a regulatory wetland. That National Wetland Inventory map is based on potential areas and biology observed. And if comparing it to other projects where we've had wetland delineations, it's a lot more conservative than what you end up with for the actual regulatory wetlands. On access to the parcel, there is concern raised about legal access being provided on Brick Road. There was an access and utility easement granted prior to the first Planning Commission meeting, so that access does exist. There are FEMA flood zones and a floodway on the property. As the commission may be aware, floodways are highly restricted for development. The project is outside of the floodway. A portion of the project is in a FEMA flood zone AE, and they would be required to meet the city's regulations for developing inside a flood zone. And that includes balancing cut and fill. There were concerns about contamination to local wells and the river. And this is also tied with the flood zone. And with the change in the project of having the corral inside, and then there is a condition that requires that area to drain to sewer. With that, and then also with meeting the city's development standards for design in a flood area, staff believes that there is that risk has been mitigated. And then also the project will be required to get a discharge permit from the city, which may require pre-treatment such as sand oil separation prior to discharging. And with that, if you have any questions for
Can
for
you
me.
show us on the map where the potential wetland area is?
So the image that Heather has up, you can see in all the vacant land, there is a green area to the east, and then it's kind of hard to see on there, but there's a depression that goes pretty much due west and then dogleg south. Do you have an image that shows the flood zone?
Material 6 is
Is there a chance you could turn the volume up? Because we're really having a hard time hearing back here.
You have that page.
Stephen,
Yeah.
move your mic closer.
Sorry about that.
The prior speaker was the same thing. It's just, it's a large room and it's not a high volume.
Sorry, we're looking through the packet to see if there's a good picture to.
Okay, well, why don't you see if you can find us one?
Okay.
We'll move on. Is that all? Are you done?
Yes.
Okay, Heather? Are you done?
I'm done.
There are questions for staff? All right.
Just one real quick. What was the new distance that you measured yourself? I'm sorry, you said?
So I measured it by scaling it on the drawings provided by the applicant. I don't want to misquote it. I believe it was 761 feet from the nearest, from the property line for the Villa Sierra Mobile Home Park to the corral, the indoor corral holding area, and 844 feet to the slaughterhouse building.
Thank you.
Okay, applicant. of all the new conditions that have been put forward, or are they agreeable?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Chris-
including
yeah,
the one
Chris-
about the wetlands?
Yeah, Chris Baker, Manhart Consulting here on behalf of the applicant. Mr. Chair, members of the commission, yes, we do agree with staff's recommendation for approval and the conditions as amended at the 9/29 approval hearing and currently at today's hearing.
Okay.
All right, ready? Okay, perfect. You can go. Again, as I mentioned, Chris Baker, Manhart Consulting. I'm joined by Mike Holcomb of Carson Valley Meats. Together, we'll do our best to answer any questions, new questions that have arrived, and maybe questions that the commission wants new answers to, or wants us to run back over things, or for Commissioner Perry, who wasn't in attendance at the previous hearing.
Do you have a site plan with the, that you could show us with the holding pin in it?
I do. So what I'm going to do is go through
Okay.
quickly the same PowerPoint that we did. I have modified it to incorporate the modifications to the elevations, to the landscape plan, and to the floor plan that incorporate the indoor corral, loading areas. We've actually made some modifications above and beyond what the recommendations of staff were. So we'll go through that and share. But I did want to, for folks that maybe weren't here previously, or for commissioners who weren't here, I want to at least share the same information and just expand upon that, if you don't mind. Again, a little redundant there. Project location. Go ahead and go to the next one. As indicated by Heather, what's in front of you tonight is a special use permit to allow for a meat processing facility in a general industrial zoning district. As Chair Borders indicated, and I think from the testimony at the previous hearing, I think we can all agree that the use itself is relatively polarizing. And there's very strong opinions on both sides. And I echo the chair's comments regarding mutual respect in these meetings. And I think it was handled very well at the previous meeting. So I appreciate that. The application tonight, again, is for a conditional use, which really is a permitted use within Carson City's municipal code, depending on specific conditions of approval. The decision tonight is not based on the use itself, but on the impacts associated with this use. And obviously, the discussion previously was specifically relating to those impacts and what they would have on the surrounding property owners. And what we have really done is made some modifications kind of on the fly at the hearing. And then we've really elaborated on those in this presentation, as you'll see. I think it's important to point out, we hear a lot. Carson Valley Meats had an open house in between the hearing and this hearing to try and get some information out. Put a face to the project, and it was relatively well attended, and we appreciate the folks that did show. We did hear a lot on comment cards and in person of, we like the use, we're fine with the use, but we don't like the location. This was a slide that was shared at the previous hearing, and it really demonstrates that this is the exact location that Carson City's master plan and zoning code identifies uses of this nature. I read this before, and I'm gonna read it again. The general industrial district is established to preserve an industrial district for uses engaged in storage or manufacturing processes that potentially involve hazardous or commonly recognized offensive conditions. This is the heavy industrial zone in Carson City. Go ahead.
On that previous slide,
Yes.
the blue spot is what we're talking about.
Correct, yes, the blue spot. And that square is actually the 65 decibel airport noise impact area. So that's more for the previous discussions relating to noise, which
Well,
have
I
kind
just
of been
wanted
eliminated.
to
Correct.
cite everybody so they could, okay. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Nope, no problem. This is just a zoomed in version. It's tough to see some of the text on there for me from this location, so I'm guessing the audience is the same. Everything you see in gray is the general industrial zone. You see immediately to the west is a vacant future industrial development property. As you kind of continue west, there's auto repair. There is the mobile home park, but it is zoned industrial. And as you move east, you see east and south. You see waste management. You see 3D concrete. Really heavy industrial uses. Very similar uses to this type. So now what we're going to do is jump into kind of the updated information based on conditions from staff and from the commission from the 929 PC approval. What you're going to see here is updated floor plans. This is really relating to the enclosed corral area. What we did also is we were able to provide a loading area within. So drop off of the animals will actually also be indoors. And then we will provide an updated landscape plan. There was some discussion about screening and buffering. So we really enhanced that, and we did some street views and some views from the mobile home park specifically. So we'll run you through that. So here's the updated landscape plan. Before this, the buffer areas weren't really identified. We've bolstered those up. That's a combination of both evergreen and deciduous trees. So it's not a situation where in the winter there's no leaves and there's no screening. So this is done for a few reasons. There will be some berming there also, which will help with sound, but it will block the building from both Highway 50 and the surrounding properties, and it would help with any sound, which is really more or less negated now that everything's going to be done indoors. Go ahead. So these updated conceptual elevations, what you see there is on the top is the front elevation, and I guess the area to my left is what was the outdoor corral area. As you see, that is now completely indoors. It is designed in accordance with the conditions to match the building architecture. We have put some, this is a fun word that I keep messing up, cupolas on top. And that's just, those are really shown for ventilation. We know we're going to need that. Obviously, that's going to be more finalized with the building design, but we wanted to make sure and show an accurate representation of the architecture. And those are the two side elevations. So what you're seeing there now is the bottom one is that west elevation. So that is the area that would face the mobile home park. So as mentioned, we did update the floor plan. Again, on my left is the area that was the outdoor corral area. Now, as mentioned, that is all indoors. What we did add that was not discussed, but we thought would really negate any other impacts is that loading area. So the way this would work is those have roll-up drive-through doors. So again, we're talking about drop-offs of just a full-size, truck, Ford F-150, 250, 350, what have you, with generally a 20-foot trailer that would actually pull in. You can close both doors, and then the animals would be offloaded inside into the corrals and holding corrals. And again, they'd be there for no more than 24 hours. So I think that's something that is worth pointing out, and it does help with, there were concerns of dust and noise and other things. So not only are all of the activities going to be indoors, even the drop-off will be located indoors also. So what you're looking at here is that view analysis that I'd mentioned, let's see how the easiest way to explain this. So this is the view looking south from Highway 50 right away. As you can see, it's 350 feet to the landscape buffer, so the future development line, and 455 feet to the building. That middle cross section, as you can see working from left to right, you see two-way traffic on Highway 50. You see the property that is undeveloped, and then you get to the development area. You see that berming and landscape buffer, then the parking lot area, and then the building. And what you're looking at here is just a visual representation of that same cross section. So again, you're looking south from Highway 50. I had mentioned the winter and summer, versions. So what you're looking at the top is that same perspective this time of year, right? Deciduous trees, they're half evergreen, half deciduous. That's winter, and the bottom one is summer. So with leaves and without. So what we have is the same view shed analysis from the mobile home park. So as you can see, 600 feet to the landscape buffer, as Heather mentioned, approximately 780 feet to the building. So the same thing, you're seeing that cross-section. Again, now this is looking from west to east. So from that number 2 at the mobile home park to the property. And then that center cross-section, again, as you can see the non-developed portion, the buffering, the landscaping, the parking lot, and the building. And this is that same representation from again, the winter perspective and the summer perspective. I know we went over this in length at the previous meeting, but I just wanted to kind of quickly run back over, how this facility would work. Again, the animals would be delivered. They'd be held in the indoor corral for no more than 24 hours. Harvesting would occur only 1 day a week, except for those special event situations which are limited to no more than 3. Everything is USDA monitored during harvesting. All harvesting activities will be conducted indoors with humane treatment. Byproducts will be held in collection tanks and or collected. Unusable product will be sprayed with denature, kept indoors, and removed from the site on the day of harvesting. The next process is processing. Again, this is USDA monitored also, and again, all processing activities will be conducted indoors. And then, as Heather mentioned, there is a retail component on site, approximately 200 square feet. The shop for local meat sales, private, unique. It's funny, my vision is not as good as it used to be. Private, unique cuts and products, and then the big goal here again is that farm to table, reliable local meat source of product. This was a slide that really was kind of a holdover, and I wanted to provide the same information. This was really more relating to when the corral component was outdoors. So the short of it is the noise impacts are, if not greatly reduced, completely eliminated, or kind of one of the two of those, just by the modification to the plan. So I won't spend any time here. And the same thing with the odor impact. All of that was really related to the 24-hour storage of the animals on site. By putting that component indoors and having the filtration systems in place to appropriately mitigate that, the odor impact is all but eliminated. So in conclusion, project benefits, a quality USDA approved facility. The big thing here, and we really, and some of the folks in the audience are probably going to attest to this, is the local demand. The wait list at other facilities of this quality in the area are upwards of a year, if not more. Again, supports Northern Nevada's ranching and agriculture history, supports that farm to table movement that I'd mentioned, and then provides a high quality, reliable, local, humane source of product. So with that, I will conclude and defer my time for any questions. Thank you.
Could you back up to your site plan a minute?
Sure.
Sorry, Heather. Oh, that's good. You're going to have a lot of refrigeration. Where are the condensers and things going to go?
Green light means it's on, right?
That's right, sir.
Mike Holcomb, Carson Valley Meats. So all of those units are going to be up on the roof.
Okay.
And if you go back to that side profile picture that showed the building, you'll actually see that kind of a right there. If you look to those pictures, you see the little flat roof. That's where everything is going to be. And what did we say that roof was going to be? That piece of wall.
Yeah, Carson City Code has a requirement for screening mechanical equipment, so we're going to conform with that requirement.
But it's
So
going to be up there.
Correct. It has to be consistent with the architecture of the building, and there are certain requirements for materials.
Thank you. Any other questions for, yes, Commissioner Lloyd?
Commissioner Lloyd, for the record, with the ventilation in the cupolas, is it possible that be filtered?
The intention is for that to be filtered, yes.
Yes. Mr. Preston?
My question is now that you've put in the loading area, which is a great idea, by the way, it's nice, and we hadn't asked for that, but what is now the footprint of the building?
The corral area actually stayed the same size.
Okay, so you have a 10,000 square foot footprint for the actual building still?
So the processing area was 5,000 and the corral was 5,600. So we actually stayed within the exact same boundary.
Okay, so you're still right in with that. Okay, and so essentially the other question I had, so basically you're in there at 10,600 square feet and the entire property is 4.43 acres?
Correct.
So the footprint of this building takes a relatively small part of that parcel, correct?
It does, yeah. And that's really demonstrated by our amount of landscaping. Again, as Stephen alluded to, a lot of it is undevelopable property, right, that we're not touching. You do have that floodway, you have the flood zone, which you can see there. That one shows it a little bit better. You can kind of see the channel there off to the west, and it actually kind of carries on to the north. So what you're really looking at, just to put it even in context, I believe the landscape requirement's a little over 6,000 feet, and we have 66,000. So, we're not developing much of it, and we are, what we are developing is mostly landscaping.
Any other questions for the developer and/or staff? Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Wiggins.
Commissioner Wiggins, for the record. You stated that odors greatly eliminated or all but eliminated, and noise is greatly eliminated as well, or something to that effect, correct? The one thing I noticed in the conditions of approval is previously, and staff is going to hate this, we've said things like, you will not emit offensive odors beyond a property line. Additionally, we've seen things like noise cannot exceed a certain amount of decibels. Staff finds all these things really hard to enforce, but what you're telling me is you might be able to add a condition of approval that says you will not, have offensive odors or noise greater than a certain amount beyond your property line. Would that be a true statement?
I guess it just depends on what that decibel level is. We actually did go out and do some readings in the area. So we have a pretty good understanding of what the highway noise is, and it far exceeds actually any of those industrial uses. I think we would be confident that, depending on how the conditions worded, obviously we don't want to put ourselves in a position to fail, but if it's crafted correctly and it's something we could adhere to, we would be okay with that.
So I guess that's kind of what I'm getting at. So staff has all these great conditions that are supposed to do all those sort of things. Now it's a year later and we have a crowd of people in here going, this place stinks and it makes too much noise. What is our teeth to come back and say, we're pulling your permit unless you eliminate all these things? It's going to be hard to enforce the fact I did remove my manure 24 hours like I'm supposed to, or I only harvested this many days. And what I'm getting at is I want to go, you violated condition 29 that said you would not be a bad neighbor, if you will. So I guess what I'm getting at is I would like to see a condition, something to that effect, is that we will not emit offensive odors, dust, or noise greater than, call it 80 decibels beyond the property line.
Yeah, I think potentially a way to frame that, we do have the condition for the every year annual review, right? Mm-hmm. So I think maybe crafting the condition to, as far as that annual review goes, to incorporate noise and odor and other concerns that you may have. And then that stuff could be monitored periodically throughout the year by the applicant. So I think it you're always going to have two sides to the story, right? Someone could show up at the annual review and say it's loud or it stinks. Those are all very subjective terms, right? So what does that mean? So if there is a way to gauge that throughout the process or the life cycle of this facility, I think that would be important. So it can be, hey, these were our harvest days, this was our average decibel level throughout the year, and that information could be provided at those reviews.
Okay, so that's kind of what I'm getting at. The way we've seen this play out from people who, essentially violated the special use permit is you have a complaint, you have the person who's maybe doing it, and staff comes in to enforce this. They're going to bring in their third party, their code enforcement officer, and he's going to go out there or, with his decibel meter or with his nose and say, on this date, it smelled bad right over here. And after, he finds that a couple times, we're going to come back in here and we had the third party that told us it's bad. It clearly violated a special condition. You said you were going to do that. And I think it's a clean way to address these concerns that I think most of these people in the audience have. So that's my comments, and take it for what you will.
Mr. Chair, it's been brought to my attention that we have a group of people in the lobby watching on a television out there, and they can't hear everybody. So I'll just ask the commissioners, and I believe Commissioner Wiggins did it, so this isn't me going right after you. But please make sure your mic is on and you're speaking directly into your mic so that they can hear it on the TV in the lobby. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and I think part of what Commissioner Wiggins was saying is what we tried to do originally when we said, let's review this annually. Because what we found when we were, and I think you're talking about the asphalt plant, was the fact that we didn't have a mechanism in place to do that. I think the annual review, if the annual review is of the special use permit, which is the way it's structured, I think all those conditions are there. So, yeah, Commissioner.
I think the added thing that we have with this particular applicant, as opposed to the asphalt plant, is they're restricted to 60 animals per week. They're restricted to 24 hours. They're restricted to these, but the main thing is they're going to have a USDA inspector on site. So there has to be some records that could be available to us as to what days they were, so we can go ahead and compare them to the complaints, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you want to tell us what we're looking at?
Stephen Pote, Development Engineering for the record. So right now what we have on the screen is the National Wetlands Inventory Map that I referenced before. You can see where my cursor is. There's these two mature trees. This blue line cutting across is that riverine feature. And if I come up here to here's an image that shows the proposed property line there to give you a reference of where the project is going to be. So again, here's the wetland map, and going to their site, they're not taking up the whole area. When we were out on the site and walking this area where that blue line is, that ground was higher than what's shown in green there on the wetland map, and there was no evidence of any kind of vegetation that would indicate a wetland, but just sagebrush and gently rolling ground. So I don't know if that was a historic feature that's no longer there or if it's shown in error, but that's the map that was referenced.
All right, thank you. Any other questions from staff or from the commission? Nope. Okay. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Oh, the hand went away? All right. Public comment. Again, I've got 2 sheets here. I think there's a couple more. Remember, you have 3 minutes. Charlotte Stewart.
She spoke earlier.
All right. Cheryl Rookwood. She spoke earlier. Those are the 2 that were here before. Jennifer Vereen.
I think it's on. I believe it's on, yes, sir. Is that on? Yeah.
Bring it closer so that people outside can hear you.
Okay, how's this?
Sounds better.
No. All right, thank you. I'm Dr. Jennifer Verivi. Good evening, commissioners. I live with my child and elderly father in the August Drive neighborhood. Our home is only 1,100 feet from the proposed site. My child's bus stop is in direct sight of it. I was alarmed when I heard about this project because I knew of the negative effects of living near a slaughterhouse: odor, noise, and the stigma. My neighbors and I formed an informal group, the Coalition of Citizens for Peaceful Enjoyment. I stepped up to do research on how slaughterhouses affect their communities so we could present coherent, evidence-based arguments to you about why we oppose this project. Contrary to how this matter is discussed on social media and in the press, your decision is not about whether slaughterhouses are good, but whether it's a good idea to build one on the parcel identified in the application. I reviewed many documents, from articles about how our city was founded to be an urban state capital, to community testimonials about harm suffered, to meat processing articles describing how ineffectual the USDA is in providing oversight. These 2,100 pages led to the conclusion that putting any type of slaughterhouse on this parcel is a bad idea. We've given you 33 reasons why it's a bad idea. You have that document. The research I've submitted to you matters because the conclusions you draw tonight must be informed by evidence. The code says that your decision must be made by a preponderance of evidence, meaning that most of the evidence must support the applicant's claim that this project will not harm our peaceful enjoyment, the environment, or the economic vitality of our community. Carson Valley Meats Incorporated has provided no evidence, not one citation, that they will use standard practices in design and operations to avoid creating these harms, such as using Grandin recommendations for noise reduction. The applicant has provided no evidence that they have used best practices in conceptualizing this facility, such as doing a feasibility study like they did in California using federal grant money. Planning staff apparently agree with me, as they have imposed 29 conditions, maybe 30, to make the findings. Unfortunately, there's no evidence that these conditions will work. The research indicates they are inadequate protections to maintain the peaceful enjoyment of our neighborhoods. For example, the USDA failing to make required inspections due to employee shortages. I'm not alone in these concerns. We have hundreds of signatures from people across the city indicating they don't want a slaughterhouse in this location. We have no evidence that the proposed slaughterhouse will avoid or even mitigate these well-documented harms, only platitudes. Even when the applicant had extra time to provide evidence, they chose not to do so. This is the first that we've seen other than their open forum. Your decision is not about whether you think slaughterhouses are good business, or whether you like or trust the applicant, or whether you think staff is tenacious. It's about a preponderance of evidence. The preponderance of evidence shows that the proposed project does not meet findings 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, and 7. Please deny the SUP or table this decision until a proper feasibility study is done. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Robert Butner. That happens that you're at our age. I'm sorry. I was I was being personal there, and I have the same problem, so.
Uh-oh, mask down. Oh.
Thank you, Commissioners, for hearing from us.
Is your light on? Is it green?
Remember, I'm colorblind, so.
There you go.
Perfect, thank you.
Pull it closer, please.
Okay.
There you go.
There we go. Yeah, my name's Bob Butner. I'm a native Nevadan, 61-year resident of Carson City, 47-year voter and taxpayer, and in 1981, I built the house that I'm living in. I didn't buy it from somebody. I built it with a hammer and a framing square and skill saw. I came here to talk mostly about the enclosed pens. The developers obviously addressed some of the issues, but also in the 80s and 90s, my brother and I were Butner Construction. It's going to be virtually impossible for them to ventilate that building and keep because one of the things you do is they're now putting everything inside, so all of the waste, all of the urine, all of the fumes are now going to be contained, and they're going to get concentrated, then they're going to ventilate them to the outside. It's going to be incredibly difficult to meet the standards that you just suggested that they could meet. One of the words I keep hearing, and I've heard it about 10 times now, is mitigate. So they're going to mitigate these issues that are going to impact our community. The definition of mitigate, and I could have Siri play it for you if you want, is to minimize, is to make less severe. That's the definition of mitigate. I heard Heather say they're going to try to mitigate them. Well, that's even less than just being less severe. We have a really nice neighborhood. It's quiet. We do live across from an industrial area. One of the things I thought was interesting was they made a picture of the sound of an airplane taking off. Well, like I told you last time, the governor's jet's audible for 30 seconds from the time he fires up the engines. If you happen to be standing outside, you can hear the engines wind up, and in 30 seconds, he's gone. So irrespective of how loud it is, it isn't long. These animals are going to be on site for 24 hours, and they're going to be all pissed off about being in there. They're going to be squalling, the squealing and bellowing. And they may be able to mitigate some of the sound, but they're not going to keep the dogs in the area for miles from being able to hear this. So we're going to have dogs barking all night long for 24 hours. This is not like the waste plant over there who get their trucks in the morning, drop off some cans. You don't even hear that. It's not as noisy as the road is. We didn't complain about the road as citizens of Carson City when they built Highway 50. And when I was a kid, it was 2 lanes, and I used to walk down to the old Empire Ranch all the time. And it was an operating ranch. There are less ranches now. How is it that we have half the ranches and twice the need for slaughterhouses? Last slaughterhouse in the 1950s. Didn't make it to the 1970s because I started driving in 1969, and there's no slaughterhouse in Carson. I've run out of time, so the point being, we've become more rural because the ranches have sold their land because the kids don't want a ranch, they want to be millionaires. I don't think a 1950s business model is what we want to do in Carson City in 2020. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Oh, no.
Joan Dotson.
Thank you very much. I'm Joan Dotson, and I just have a couple comments. I live right across the river to the south of the project, so I was not here at the first meeting because I actually appreciate a boutique slaughterhouse. My concern is the impact of the peaceful enjoyment. I can hear Highway 50, yes. And I can hear the ice cream truck in the mobile home park. So talk about peaceful enjoyment. I mean, I really distance myself from Highway 50 because I always picture myself kind of just on my own little world. but I don't want to have so many cows. And I'm not saying this about Mike at all, Mike Holcomb. But some people have been out on our property, on our neighbor's property. There was 17 acres right there. And it just took me a minute to put this together, where some men have been on the property 5 times on our neighbor's property to put cattle on that property to funnel them into the slaughterhouse. So this isn't Mike's problem. But it just shows where the foothold could get in to have people bringing their animals into a residential area. There are about 10 homes where I live. And as Commissioner Wiggins said, there would be a 1-year review. Well, this is after all the investment has been put into the property. So I just want to be here ahead of time to say, I would like to make it public, you know, if Mike wants to put this huge investment into a slaughterhouse, there could be a problem on the backside of my property that I have seen 5 times, men coming out, telling my neighbor they're going to put cows on that property. Legally, they can put 69 head under my bedroom window. But if it's used as a feedlot or a holding pen, they need to get a special use permit. So I appreciate that our master plan isn't perfect, and this is zoned industrial, but it isn't purely industrial. There's a lot of residential impact on this. So that's my 2 cents at this time, and I appreciate your concern, and I'm grateful that I could express my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Christopher Wilkstead. Okay. Anna Winston.
Good evening. My name is Anna Winston. My husband and I live in Empire Ranch Estates for 18
Ma'am,
years.
Ma'am, can you bring
Closer?
the mic, bring the mic closer? You can move
Okay.
it. There you go. I'm sorry.
That's
Go ahead.
okay. We oppose the slaughterhouse location for many reasons, but these are the ones that come more to mention. I can't mention all of them. The Villa Sierra mobile home community is about 400 feet from the proposed site. Did you know that this community of families are mainly Latinos? A couple of my friends and neighbors walked and talked to most of the residents there. I speak Spanish. English is my second language. This is the information we gathered. There are 42 occupied mobile homes. They all own their mobile homes. They're longtime residents. Some have been there 20 years. The average is 7 to 10 years and a few less. There are 71 children living there, perhaps more, because not everybody was home when we did this. Most households have 3 to 4 adults. All residents of age signed the petition against the location of the slaughterhouse. 2 did not because they were concerned of possible problems. Would you like to live 400 feet from the slaughterhouse? The odor, pollution, the cries of stressed animals during this process? This community was not taken into consideration. They did not matter. Furthermore, this is a floodplain area. The water and waste all travels down the slope to Morgan Mill Road into the floodplains and the Carson City River. I have videos that show this. I walk every day with my dog, weather permitting, and I have videos showing how it runs down. Do we want water waste, chemicals contaminating our water, the environment, and the animals? The unprotected wetlands will be altered and destroyed. Furthermore, what will happen to our property values? This was asked in the previous meeting. They could not answer that question. They will decrease our property values for sure. This is not the right location for the slaughterhouse, no matter what modifications you make. The environment does not matter, the nearby residents do not matter, and the Villa Sierra mobile home community does not matter. They have not been taken into consideration. They don't have a voice. I asked the Planning Commission panel would like to live next to or near the slaughterhouse. I asked the Planning Commission not to approve the location of the slaughterhouse. Thank you.
Thank you. Rayanne, excuse me, Rayanne Brown. There you go.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you for listening to me. I don't live in Carson Valley, but I am familiar with Mike and Karen and Carson Valley Meats. I order their meats on a monthly basis. And I just think that everybody is being considered. I think, no, I don't live next door. I think everybody is being considered. I think that is a project. My dad was a civil engineer here in Reno, in Nevada, and I'm sorry, I was really not planning on speaking tonight. But I just think that somebody needs to be a voice for Carson Valley Meats. It is a industrial area. That's what it was deemed as. Unfortunately, I think even the mobile home is deemed as an industrial area as well. And Mike and Karen have a wonderful track record stemming from years of being in the business. I know Mike was at Wolfpack Meats, which is still in Reno, very populated area that they actually sold a lot of the property to build homes and different things around, even though that processing plant is still in effect and working in Reno. There is such a need for this processing plant because of the wait list. My son is also in 4-H, and thanks to the Holcombs, is very active and enjoys this way of life. Farm to table is important. Understanding where your meat comes from is very important. And I understand that what they're saying is valid as well, but also that there's other sides to it that need to be considered as well. I'm sorry I was not as organized. I'm sure that I left you with more questions about what I'm doing up here than I wanted to. But please remember that, you know, the zoning is in place for a reason. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Roger Maxwell.
I'm Roger Maxwell. I live in Carson City at Empire Ranch. How do I want to say this? I heard them say it's going to be an enclosed facility. How are they going to wash that down? Is that concrete slab? They're just going to wash it into the drain? How's that going to work? The other thing is, I don't think that anybody that doesn't live in Carson City should be able to talk here because they're not impacted by it at all. That's all I got to say.
All right.
Thank you.
Doreen Mack. You've already had 3 minutes.
Thank you for hearing me again. I'm Doreen Mack. I'm third generation from Carson City. By trade, I'm an interior designer, and I am president of the Downtown 2020 group. We are the ones involved in renovating the downtown. The Downtown 2020 group, the city, and other organizations have worked hard to improve our downtown corridor to recruit businesses, tourism, and make it a gathering place for our locals. Each of you, as an appointed official, have a moral and ethical obligation to make responsible decisions that affect our community and citizens. Residents of our town are fearful of the effects this will have on their health and well-being and property being devalued. Is the Planning Commission willing to take the personal responsibility if the project is detrimental to the use, peaceful enjoyment, economic value, or development of surrounding properties or the general neighborhood or other adverse impacts? As we all know, the demographics of Carson City have changed over the years and is due to be rezoned in the master plan. The area in question for the slaughterhouse used to be all industrial and in the rural part of town. This area is now mixed use with businesses, residential neighborhoods, and possibly future housing developments. Additionally, this is a recreational area with hiking trails and directly across the highway from Centennial Park and ball fields. It is also home to the historic Empire Cemetery and Morgan Hill Monument. We are not against the slaughterhouse. We understand the need. We are against the location. It needs to be in a rural, unpopulated area. I had mentioned in our first meeting that a place for this facility would be in Lyon County or Douglas County, where it first originated. If this facility closes, the land is likely to be contaminated. We do not need another piece of contaminated land in our city like the V&T property that has been vacant since the 50s. Please do not make another mistake that many generations will have to pay for. The city has received $9.3 million grant used to transform East William Street to accommodate sustainable economic growth and enhance the quality of life in Carson City. Our mayor, Lori Bagwell, said, Carson City can and will use these funds to accommodate sustainable growth and enhance the quality of life. The slaughterhouse is not conducive to this vision. Carson City is known as a friendly senior community. We are also known as a college town. We need to continue to create, encourage, and improve an environment and atmosphere where our seniors feel safe and our youth can plan to build a future and a career and raise their families. This applies to everyone, not just a chosen few. It is respectfully and with great concern that I reiterate the slaughterhouse project should not be approved in Carson City. Apply the golden rule. Do as you would do unto others and how you would want them to do to you. I had that down. I ask that you look into your hearts, reflect on your own livelihood, and embrace the pleas from the community against the project being in our city and deny this moving forward. Thank you for your time. And one more thing. They talked about the landscaping and the cottonwood trees. Cottonwood trees grow fast, but they don't have a long-term life. If you look around town, you will see that a lot of these trees are now down and they're being destroyed. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Glenn Conant.
My name is Glenn Conant. I live at Empire Ranch, and I oppose the Highway 50 location for the slaughterhouse. I'm about a half a mile as the crow flies from this location. This is the second time I've been involved with this permit process, and I do have an issue with it. The applicant for the slaughterhouse conveniently uses the master plan term of mixed-use commercial. There are homes, well, now 700 feet from the proposed project. I've gone over there, and all I can say is it's really close. From what I have experienced firsthand, if I were to offer up an explanation to the term mixed use, it would go something like this. The term mixed use means you may build anything of any kind on a proposed site. If the term mixed use is used in the application, then all the other protections of the master plan that the master plan offers established residents will be ignored. I don't get that. The master plan states the city will also work to maintain the quality and character of established neighborhoods. So if approved, you're saying that the quality and character of this established neighborhood is a slaughterhouse? It talks about compatibility of infill redevelopment. The quality and character of established neighborhoods will be maintained. How's a slaughterhouse compatible with residents only 700 or so feet away? Talks about land use friction zones. An example is placing incompatible land uses such as industrial and residential adjacent to one another. It also talks about protection against decreased property values. Of course, it was mentioned already, but in Chapter 18 of the City Code, it says that when special use permits are considered, it should be in substantial compliance with and supports the goals and policies of the master plan. So what good is the master plan when pieces of it are being picked out to justify an applicant's needs and the other protections are ignored? If the master plan has meaning, then the entire document should be utilized and not just make a decision based off of one term such as mixed land use. I also notice on the conditions of approval that the applicants always state that they have met all the conditions and the proposal will not have any negative impacts on residents. Then I notice a room full of residents that all disagree. There is a residential neighborhood of color, Hispanic, in close proximity of this site. 700 feet, I guess, is the measurement now. I'm concerned approval of this permit is setting up the city, my city, for a discrimination lawsuit. Some of these folks have been in this mobile home park and have lived there for over 20 years. They're not renters, they own those mobile homes. Over 20 years ago, the city decided it was okay to allow a residential neighborhood to be constructed there. Well, you all have to live with that decision, and you can't ignore the families that live there. Issues such as odors, fumes, and noise matter. There has to be odors because they have a chemical they got to spray to keep the odors down. And I'm not sure how toxic that is. Sometimes things are not a good fit, sometimes things are not compatible. Sometimes you should say no. I think this is one of those times. Please deny this application.
Thank you. Lindsay Chichester.
Hello, my name is Lindsay Chichester. I'm also a Carson City resident and an agricultural educator. I just want to mention and touch on a few of the things that were discussed tonight because they are...
You're too close.
Oh, too close. I'm having the opposite problem everyone else is having. It was talked about that there's less agriculture and less ranches in the area. While that might be true, that doesn't mean there's less youth and people interested in livestock. So I work directly with the 4-H program in the area. And if we are seeing record-breaking amounts of youth showing livestock animals, taking an interest in where their food comes from, how it's raised, and being good stewards of those animals and animal husbandry as a livelihood. We do hope they come back to communities and communities like Carson City and others in the area to spend money, to be fruitful adults, to make decisions, to serve in positions as yourselves and others. So we do train them in these livelihoods. Chemicals to keep odors down and animals or pests away, that's untrue. The chemicals are used to spray on the offal or the guts to keep, to just indicate that they're non-consumable. So it is a dark purple spray that just indicates that it cannot be used for human consumption. Water contamination, if I understood correctly tonight, everything's going to go into the sewer where human waste goes as well. So it's not going to contaminate the area. It's not going to be problematic, or certainly not any more of a problem than potentially the wild horses, the dogs that nobody seems to be able to pick up after, or wildlife in our area as well. Water contamination, did you know that as an actual resident who owns a lawn and applies chemicals, you way overapply more chemicals than will probably ever be a problem with Carson Valley meats. Everyone, if a little bit's good, a lot is better mentality. And then where does that go? It goes into the wastewater system as well, and ultimately back into what could be our drinking water. So, my 30 seconds is approaching, I do support Carson Valley Meats. They have been a tremendous supporter of agriculture and youth specifically, and I know that they'll do a good job. And as someone who likes to know who is processing my meat and where it's coming from, I support them and the product they produce.
Thank you. Chris Carver.
Good evening. My name is Chris Carver. I live in Carson City. This commission must find a preponderance of evidence for each of 8 areas under Title 18. The code also requires that the Planning Division Director investigate the evidence submitted by the applicant to address each issue. This applicant and the Planning Director failed to do that. This project is not consistent with the objectives of the master plan elements, in fact, in spirit or intent. Our master plan specifically promotes urban infill development, but this project is for a new commercial activity, agriculture activity between 2 adjacent residential developments, the recently approved Draco subdivision, light commercial use, and a large recreational area. It is not compatible with the character and integrity of adjacent development in neighborhoods as required by the code or the master plan. This project is demonstrably detrimental to use, peaceful enjoyment, property values, and future development. You've received hundreds of pages of material and letters articulating this and other points. Staff simply reiterated the applicant's statement that the project will not be detrimental, but provided no evidence to support this. In the preponderance of the evidence argument, you cannot claim that the applicant met the burden of proof because there is no evidence before you to support that. None. What you do have is a petition signed by over 700 people in opposition, and the fact that not one letter of support for this project comes from any member of the residential properties immediately adjacent to this project. Not one. Water and sewer use was poorly addressed by the applicant and staff. The applicant claims only 100 gallons per head. This is far below any other estimate for similar projects nationwide, including the USDA's. And nowhere do they address the water and sewer use for cleaning the facility, welfare of the animals, or even that required to support their staff. The time to make good estimates based on facts is now. You have no evidence to support this unrealistic water use assertion. None. The project is undeniably complex. Multiple municipalities have initiated studies to address these issues and more. Arguably, the planning staff is making a good faith effort with the now 29 conditions for this project, but they have repeatedly demonstrated they are not the subject matter experts. The questions before you are, does it comply with our vision in an urban Carson City? And do the corporate interests of Miss Sinclair have more value than the rights of residents in the neighboring properties? The preponderance of the evidence reveals that this may be the right project, but it is irrefutably the wrong place. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Kathleen Simmons. Three minutes.
Okay. I'm Kathleen Franco Simmons, speaking on behalf of my parents, George and Diane Howard, who live on August Drive. They've lived there for 60 years, raised their 5 children there, and have created a beautiful home with a park-like yard. They simply want to peacefully enjoy their home. We are asking you to please deny the special use permit. We are not opposed to a slaughterhouse. We are opposed to the location. We continue to maintain that you cannot make finding 2. A slaughterhouse at this location within 913 feet of our family home and neighborhood will impact the peaceful enjoyment of our property and will impact the economic value of our property. The conditions of approval are inadequate and are not responsive to our concerns and questions. There was little to no data supporting the findings of staff and no analysis of how staff came to its conclusions and findings. The absence of data and analysis deprives impacted property owners of their right to due diligence and due process. You cannot make findings 2 and 4, as described in my comments of September 29. You also cannot make finding 1, that it will be consistent with the master plan elements. Staff justification for this conclusion is inadequate and disregards the master plan as a whole. The master plan actually calls for, quote, encouraging infill and redevelopment that blends seamlessly with established areas of the city. And, quote, the city will work to maintain the quality and character of established neighborhoods and ensure that infill and redevelopment is designed in a manner that minimizes impact on existing neighborhoods, including rural neighborhoods. A slaughterhouse at this location is not consistent with the master plan. The master plan, which I have here, is a complex guiding document that outlines Carson City's vision, guiding principles, and goals for the future. The master plan, when taken in its entirety, provides for balance and complementary land uses, water conservation, consideration of housing, stewardship of the natural environment, protection of environmentally sensitive areas, floodplain and hazard area development, acquisition of open space. I have a letter to distribute. Protection of natural areas and recreational opportunities. My letter includes 4 pages, which is going around, of the master plan, themes, guiding principles, and goals. 4 pages that highlight how the slaughterhouse will not be consistent with the master plan. Please look at these principles and goals when you come to the point in this meeting where you must make finding 1, that the slaughterhouse at this location is consistent with the master plan. If any commissioners would like to hear an abbreviated list of the principles and goals on my following 3 pages, it is your prerogative to ask, and I will go through them as quickly as possible. Please deny the special use permit to allow a slaughterhouse on Highway 50 and Detroit Road. Thank you.
Thank you. Paula Peters.
I brought copies of what I'm going to be discussing. Hello, my name is Paula Peters. My husband and I moved to South Deer Run Road a little over 3.5 years ago. We loved the area and we were attracted to the rural residential neighborhood and open space. Shortly after we purchased our home, the Carson City Planning Commission approved our special use permit to build a 2,400 square foot workshop that is now completed. We felt this was a worthwhile retirement investment. We never imagined that a slaughterhouse would be built in the vicinity that could detract from the appeal of the area and negatively impact our property values. We would not have purchased our home had the slaughterhouse already been built in the proposed location. In 2019, Douglas County Planning Commission unanimously denied the appeal by Carson Valley Meats to build a slaughterhouse in their community. Their main concern was a specific location. That is the problem that we and others have at the Carson Valley Meats Carson City location. The proposed slaughterhouse will be an enclosed facility. Research shows that this does not contain the stench generated from the slaughtering of animals. The proposed facility will be metal, which will echo the noise. Highway 50 is a high-traffic area with many accidents. As Dayton continues to develop, the traffic congestion will increase, and adding cattle trucks to the mix will have a negative impact at the intersection of Highway 50 and North Deer Run Road. Dale, my husband and I spent 17 years overseas cruising on a 39-foot sailboat. We visited many third world South Pacific nations. Whenever there was a slaughterhouse, it was located well away from town on the other side of the island. Why does Carson City want to build one within the city limits near residential neighborhoods? Why doesn't Carson City Meats build a slaughterhouse in California? Oh, apparently they did apply to build one in Placerville, but it was not approved. Douglas County did not approve their slaughterhouse proposal. Carson City is their third attempt to get approval to build a slaughterhouse. Why is the capital city of Nevada seriously considering allowing them to build a slaughterhouse here within our city limits? Please let them continue shopping and do not approve their slaughterhouse at the proposed location. We know the potential for increased tax base and sewer fees would be appreciated, but we don't think that is a good reason to approve the slaughterhouse proposal. A location further east on Highway 50 would be more appropriate. Again, we moved here for the open space and peaceful enjoyment. Please do not approve the slaughterhouse. Thank you.
Charlie About.
Is this on?
It's on.
Okay. Charlie A. Bowd, Carson City resident for 44 years. I guess some people call me the grandfather of fork to table. I've been doing this for about 43 years. I've had lots of experience with Mike, and the people that know Mike have testified here have had very good things to say about him. I'm not here to talk about that. I'm not a scientist. I'm not a city planner. I'm just a citizen. I will tell you, as a person who used local produce, local beef, local pork, local lamb, I know the struggle they have trying to get their products to market. But again, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the kids that Lindsay talked about. When Karen started the greenhouse project, there was no agriculture department at Carson High School. FFA did not exist on campus. As of now, there's 250 kids in that ag program, and they got not just one ag teacher, they've got 2 ag teachers and people waiting. Part of agriculture is growing, raising beef. Now, where do they take it? So they can bring it to market, so they can learn about commerce. They're shut out. Sure, that's all part of big ag's plan. Get the small farmers out of the way. That way we can run everything. So I'm just here, I have the greatest respect for everybody in Carson City, for or against. I happen to be one of the fours. I don't envy your job, and actually, Karen and Mike are out of their mind. But I appreciate their commitment. Thank you.
Thank you. Bethany Love.
Okay, I believe this is on and everyone can hear me.
Yes.
My name is Bethany Love. I'm a parent of a 4-H child. I didn't grow up with agriculture. I grew up in a big city. I moved here 23 years ago when I got married. I realized that the 4-H community and the 4-H family gave my daughter an opportunity that I didn't have growing up. Most of the kids that even live in Carson may not have the opportunity to raise an animal, take it to the show, be prepared, learn how to publicly speak to people, and present this animal that they are proud to have. and then to actually have to go through auction and learn about the heartbreak. And the animal's going to be processed. But what I've learned to teach my daughter and what the 4-H program teaches our children, that animal becomes a base for your college fund. That gives you the opportunity to invest in the future for the person who buys it. They enjoy the meal. For the money that goes into the 4-H program, it makes sure that we have the people in place that can teach our children. And the takeaway from my daughter is she enjoys the experience. Now, from that program, I learned how to breed, birth, carry through, shear, butcher. I've learned all aspects because that's what the 4-H program means to me. It's a full program. Mike and Karen have started with, Karen has her ranch in California. She has worked with hundreds of youth on her program to teach them from the start to the finish, because that's what the ranching and agricultural community is, a start to finish. It's not just, we're just going to throw them out there and be done. It's not a backyard potbelly pig. This is a plan for them to learn how to invest in themselves, in their future, and how to continue the meat processes for the future. We're not all going to be vegans. We're not all going to be vegetarians. Maybe some are. But of the 700 opposing votes, where do you buy your meat from? Is it a mass production out of Texas? Or is it a local small rancher who dedicated themselves to make sure you got the best quality on your table? They worry about cattle trucks and sound. I have a 2-horse trailer that I haul 5 sheep in. That's not a cattle truck. It's no different than the rancher taking his horse out. Smells? I've butchered in my backyard, and I'll tell you right now, none of my neighbors have smelt it. They don't even know I'm doing it because I'm doing it humanely. With the surrounding areas, we've lost a lot of small ranches, and we deserve to have an opportunity and a processing plant that we can safely take our animals to, where we can continue our livelihood. UNR has actually pushed away small ranchers for the larger production companies out of California. I would like to have a dedication to a local business and keep my money and my animal here in Nevada.
Bethany?
Thank you.
Okay. Danny French? You're it.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. After listening to all this testimony, I can only imagine what you're going through, but you have much more education about it. From locals like myself that don't live in that immediate area to the neighbors that live within 800 feet of the prospective meat facility. I am not opposed to such as meat processing plants. I don't eat meat, beef or pork myself, but that's a dietary issue with my health. Now, there's an article of a question that I'd like to ask after I said from the 4-H considerations and what they do at the university as far as how they deal with their animal processing programs and such. Perhaps that's a negotiation thing for those 4-H to consider. I do not feel this is the right location for this particular project. There's a statement in the Nevada Appeal, Nevada 20th, 2020. It suggests that Carson City ranchers have sought as a means to process their cattle for decades since the original Carson Valley Meats was closed at the turn of the century. My question to y'all is, why did it have to close? Why didn't all these small ranchers get together at that closing and then start to plan a location that wouldn't put them in this position? So that would be a question that I would have liked to have asked had I been further into this process, and I'm late in coming. But my consideration to everybody here is like, man, I went to the program that they had at the Adams Hub, and I was very appreciative of the help that I was given with the information. Some of the things that I brought up, were probably not original thoughts, but were brought out in some of the changes that they made to their scale and their presentation, showing different level of ventilation consideration, those, they call them poop beds, that are on the roof, to their consideration about whether it's going to be pre-treated sewage to the main lines, different things like that. But there was a consideration that hadn't been really understood by the presenters that day, whether there's going to be a smoke aspect to it, smoking aspect to the meat process, and that would take more than a couple days. Also, the idea of having a store on the property, different considerations of restrooms and my concerns about exits and safety and showering and stuff like that. I didn't bring up the showering, so that's a new one. But these facilities create a pretty good amount of wash-offs. And I just wish you all well on this decision. I do feel that no matter how we look at it, there are going to be people that are going to be disappointed. I think homeowners have a right to suspect that their property values and their living situation is considered. I hate to say that trumps the 4-H because their lives and their educations are very important. I do feel there's another location that can come up. I certainly hope that they will investigate that and that you will not vote for it being developed where it's been considered. Thank you very much.
Frank Barecki.
My name's Frank Barecki.
Make sure it's on.
Is it on now?
Yep.
My name's Frank Barecki. I live on Morgan Mill Road in Carson City. I'm really disappointed that we have to defend our neighborhoods against the construction of a slaughterhouse nearby. The proposed Carson Valley Meats location is near neighborhoods, 2 golf courses, and our Carson River. This is not the kind of civic improvement that we neighbors of this project believe is an improvement. We worry about the increase in insects, vermin, coyotes, stink, noise, truck traffic, and the accidental pollution of the Carson River. Remember, we have earthquakes, we have flooding, there are accidents, spills, mechanical breakdowns, and this is right upslope from the river. We also worry about the collapse of our property values and deterioration of our neighborhoods. What new businesses will want to build next to a slaughterhouse? Will the current businesses in the area stay at the present locations, or will they relocate, leaving more empty buildings? Every election year, we hear slogans like, "I will listen to you," and "I will be your voice." And yet, to have our voices heard, we've had to circulate petitions, hang up flyers, make signs, march on City Hall, attend meetings, write letters to the editor, buttonhole commissioners and supervisors, and file appeals, $250 for each appeal. The approval of this slaughterhouse isn't the kind of hometown government we voted for. The slaughterhouse is a worthy project, but the location is totally wrong. A suitable site would be away from the neighborhoods, away from the Carson River, and away from the golf courses, perhaps near the gun range or the landfill. The city is admirably trying to make our town more attractive to tourists and visitors to the capital. A slaughterhouse would be contrary to that aim. It's not an attraction. Very few people want to live around a slaughterhouse, which would explain why this project has already been rejected twice by other communities. The applicants tout the idea of farm to table. Then they should build their slaughterhouse near the farm, not near our tables. The preservation and improvement of our homes and neighborhoods should be an uncompromised top priority for this city, and is so delineated as one of the goals in the city's master plan, to maintain the quality and character of existing neighborhoods. I strongly urge the commission to reject this application and to inform the applicant that the proposed location is unacceptable. Thank you.
Maxine Neitz.
Before I begin, I respectfully request that staff take down the applicant's picture of his proposed green spot. Thank you.
Okay.
The applicant's representative mentioned conjecture. Most of his statements were conjecture, and his
Maxine,
pictures of the tree.
Can you move a little bit away? You're getting a lot of feedback. There you go.
Most of his statements were conjecture, and his pictures of the trees around his area that are going to provide this so-called buffer are also conjecture. It's also been stated here by a person who approves of this project that denature chemical is just purple-colored water. This is not true. Denature chemicals are toxic, and they are banned in many places. This facility where they're going to hold the animals indoors, although I thought in the original application it was said they would not be allowed to hold them overnight, now that they're going to be in a hidden spot away from view, there's no way we can prevent them from holding animals there overnight. Then also, they're going to put down a concrete floor, they say, that's going to be covered with feces, urine, blood, and animal emesis, and all of that is going to be washed with an unknown amount of our Carson City water down into our sewer system. Animal products such as these, animal wastes such as these, are much more toxic than human wastes, and they're going to require a change to the way we process our sewage, especially the blood-borne pathogens that come with animals and slaughtering of animals. The Carson River is 20 to 30 feet right below this spot. There is a FEMA regulatory floodway that bisects this property and flows directly down to the Carson River. In your packet, you should have pictures. I put in a bunch of pictures that show that particular spot and shows how the water and the soil run down into that Morgan Mill parking area and then into the river. We've got our Carson River, a river associated with our city because it's got our name on it, and now we're going to turn it into a flow spot for all of this high-level pollution. It's going to flow down through the Lahontan Reservoir and into the Stillwater National Wildlife Reserve. That's totally inappropriate, totally inappropriate. This property is in flood zones AE, AO, and X shaded. And FEMA has stated that for these zones, the average flood depths range from 1 to 3 feet and estimates that this represents a 26% chance of flooding within 30 years. The manager of the watershed program for Carson City Water Subconservancy District has said that polluted flood runoff into the river is a major challenge. Our mayor has said, "I don't think any of us take water use lightly. Water conservation is the responsibility of the entire community." I don't think that the measurement of how much water they're using or going to use, it should be left to staff. It should have to go in front of growth management, as other projects with high water use have done. We have a drainage manual. I didn't know that, but Carson City has a drainage manual that states, while stormwater runoff is part of a natural hydrological process, development and other human activities can change natural drainage patterns and add pollution to streams, rivers, and lakes. Drainage problems shall not be transferred from one location to another. All runoff treatment facilities must be sized for the entire flow that is directed to them. Drainage facilities shall be designed to convey the runoff from the 24-hour duration storm, with a recurrence interval for a minor storm event every 10 years and a major storm event, the 100-year flood. On-site detention shall be sized to detain sufficient runoff to limit post-development flows from a 10-year storm to the flows under pre-development condition. There's no mention anywhere in the application of what size this detention basin is going to be on there. In addition, I talked to an official here in Carson City who's in charge of stormwater, and he said one of the major issues with these detention basins is maintenance. There's also no mention of how that's going to be maintained so that it will have efficacy in future years.
Maxine, can you wrap it up? Your time
I
is
am going to
expired.
wrap it right up. Okay. It is now time for the Planning Commission to stop being bureaucrats and to just rubber stamp what staff has said. and to start being advocates for the city of Carson City and its citizens. CCMC was not designed for the benefit of builders. It is there to protect the citizens of Carson City. The purpose of Title 18 is to promote the health, safety, and general welfare of Carson City citizens, and it will not be any development will not be detrimental to the use, peaceful enjoyment, economic value, or development of surrounding properties or the general neighborhood. And I know that you
Come
all
on, Maxine, it's not fair to all the other people.
I know that you all know that.
Maxine.
Finally, Nevada open meeting law states that in conducting public meetings, one should always remember the message in NRS that the legislature finds and declares that all public bodies exist to aid in the conduct of the people's business, not the developer's business.
Thank you. John Dooley.
Hi, my name is John Dooley. You can hear me okay?
Yes.
I appreciate that. I wanted to first compliment the commission on taking the time to rehear this matter and to really understand or spend the time. I can certainly appreciate where you're at, but to spend the time understanding the competing interests in something like this. My family and I live in Washoe Valley. I know I'm not a Carson City resident, but I certainly am a patron and a business owner here in town, and I'm here to support the project. I know a lot of people have brought their own biases in, and I can appreciate that. I want to say right up front that my family and I raise cattle, and we certainly have a need for a facility like this. I'm empathetic to those who have voiced concern about the project, that it maybe is not the right place, but I think this is a project that needs to happen. It's a critical part of the supply chain that exists between ranchers and restaurants, and it's an excellent opportunity for the city to really exercise some control over a part of that supply chain. We can't meet the expectations people have of us as ranchers because we simply can't get the animals to market. We're mindful of the concerns people have of the image, but would challenge it by offering a quick thought. When we think about what this city looks like, the development that you've heard, I'd share with you that there are 10 dispensaries south of Reno, but not a single boutique butcher. It shouldn't be easier to buy cannabis than it is to butcher a family cow. I think when we look at the location, I'd tell you that it's the right place. Butchers are being pushed out. I know I've heard a lot that say, hey, look, I don't want it in my backyard, and I can appreciate that. But from what I've heard with Carson Valley Meats, their willingness to not just adopt, but embrace and maybe even go beyond what city expects, I can tell you from a customer point of view, is unbelievable. I'll share with you, I don't know, I think each business can kind of run its own probably best, but I think Carson Valley and its willingness to run a legitimate business, not one that's out in the boonies. Let me tell you, I'll back up just a second to tell you that as an owner, I've dropped off cattle in those remote places, and I'm scared as heck of what I'm going to get back. And that's not derogatory toward those people, but it just is difficult to drive 2.5 hours to drop cattle off in a place out in the middle of nowhere where I'm pretty certain there aren't any regulators. So I appreciate the ability for this commission to put some conditions in place, and I'll be candid in saying I hope that you hold them to it. As a customer, that would give me huge confidence. But the last I'll tell you is the people that are running this. I know I've heard a lot about the potential stench, the issues, but I know Mike, I've known him for a long time. He's helped to actually get our ranch up and running, and that's somebody who takes pride in what they do. That's not a gentleman who's going to walk into a place that's full of stench or flies or any of that. I've gone into the UNR facility when he was there. I can tell you, you could probably do outpatient surgery in parts of that place. It was so clean. So I'm excited about it. I recognize that you've got to navigate some competing interests here. I know how difficult that must be, but I can tell you that from my point of view, 5 kids, one who is a future farmer, somebody who is trying to support local restaurants and people who want that farm to table movement. I know how much you've got. It's pitting a lot of people against one another. I hope you do put some conditions on it. I think it's a great spot for it. I hope you hold them to it, and I know that'll instill a lot of confidence in customers of a place like this, like me. Thanks for the time.
Thank you. Telephone's ringing. Sabine Harmer. You signed up twice, you only get to speak once.
Yes, I know. I apologize. There's a miscommunication.
There you go.
Good evening. My name is Sabine Harmer. I am a citizen born and raised in the Carson City area, and currently I am a student attending West Texas A&M University. The reason I bring this up is because on my campus within the Agriculture Sciences building, there is what we're calling a boutique slaughterhouse, but I call it a processing plant. And the reason I bring this up is because tonight I have heard a lot of concern about location, smell, flies, sound, all of that. I attend class. Myself, along with thousands of other students, attend class less than 5 feet away from a processing plant. I live in a dorm less than 300 yards away from a processing plant. Multiple of my friends live in apartment complexes less than half a mile away from this processing plant. And additionally to that, this processing plant is within a 5-minute walking distance from any other building on campus. Yet this meat plant and processing plant is ran so discreetly, their operations replicating and are almost identical to those of Carson Valley Meats. They follow the same regulations. Cows can only be, well, all animals can only be held for 24 hours. And yet, the majority of the citizens within Canyon, Texas, along with the majority of students attending the university, have no idea that there is a processing plant on that campus because it is so discreet. I study right by the holding pens where they hold animals for 24 hours, and I can say with confidence there is no smell. I can go to the arts building or the natural sciences building and talk to those students, and they have never had a complaint. They have never smelled anything. They have never had a complaint about flies. And most definitely, I can say it with 100% certainty, because the agriculture sciences building is my favorite building to study in. There is absolutely no sound. The cows there, they are kept not even just cows, lambs, pigs. We even have buffalo that we process in ours. And they are kept there so humanely that they are quiet and they are content. So all of the concerns I've heard brought up tonight, such as those and location, I do not believe this location will be an issue at all, because I have firsthand experience of living within feet in yards of a processing plant, and I have never once been bothered by flies, sound, or smell. So I ask that you please approve this, because I think it is a very good thing for the future of agriculture and the future of Carson City. Thank you.
Thank you. Texas Tech. Kayla Holcomb.
Good evening. My name is Kayla Holcomb. I am one of many 4-H members that a few people here tonight have advocated for. I joined my local 4-H club in 3rd grade. I graduated high school last year, so I participated in both 4-H and FFA throughout my entire school career. I first started with dairy cows, I moved on to sheep, and now I am still actively involved raising beef cows. These organizations are so important to the future of agriculture and to our community as a whole. These kinds of facilities greatly impact the success of these organizations. It makes it very difficult without them to get our animals processed after fair. I participate in numerous fairs throughout the year. Unfortunately, this is my last one. And over the last few years, it has become harder for our show boards to find places to have our animals processed at. These organizations teach so many things to the future agriculturalists in our community: time management, money management, proper care and animal husbandry of these animals. I've learned how to respectfully care for, raise, feed, and treat these animals along with my peers. These organizations do more than just that, but these facilities are the last stop and the last step in these projects. Without them, it makes it impossible. To have one close will make it easier for not only people like myself, but small ranchers, as others have gotten up here and said. This kind of project will have more of an impact on the youth than you will probably ever know. So I'm asking that you please help approve this facility. Thank you.
Thank you. What? Yeah, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 left to go. Can you wait? Or would you like, what's the commission's pleasure? Want to take a 5-minute? All right, okay. We'll recess for about 10 minutes. It's only been 2 hours, right? We're back in session. The same quorum is present. We have about 5 or 6 more people to go, and then we'll be done with public comments. Kendra Wilson. You were all ready.
Hello. You're ready?
Yeah.
My name's Kendra Wilson. I was here for the last meeting regarding the slaughterhouse, and I've come back again just because of my pride in Carson City. As a refresher, I've lived in Carson City since 1993. I opened a business here 7 years ago, and I'll retire here. So I care about what happens in this town, and I care about the residents as well. Since I was a kid, Carson City has changed so much in like wonderful ways, and our planning commission has been a part of those great improvements. If this slaughterhouse goes through, this is not going to be one of those things that's going to be a pride of our town. Carson City has a unique and prominent culture in our state. We're not some wasteland that has to accept businesses that are rejected by our neighboring counties. We should have better pride than that in Carson City. Finally, I don't know, I would ask you guys to think what you're here to do, who you're here to serve, and approving a slaughterhouse in Carson City is putting the periodic convenience of out-of-towners above the everyday quality of life of the residents here, of your constituents, above your pride in Carson City. It just doesn't seem like that's what the Planning Commission should be here to do. I don't know. It just seems like so clear to me that if you're looking out for Carson City, a slaughterhouse does not belong within city limits. It belongs out of town. I said last time there's so much Nevada, and this just needs to go elsewhere. So I hope you guys show your pride in Carson City. I hope you guys consider the residents here and consider how you would feel if a slaughterhouse was moving into your neighborhood, and just show your pride by rejecting this idea of a slaughterhouse within city limits. That's what I've got. Thank you.
Roger Rakow.
Yeah, my name's Roger Rakow. I lived here since 1970, and I've dealt with this underground water, the groundwater that comes right up to the surface in our neighborhood up there. And it does have pressure that will actually move the earth, which you can ask a thermal guy about it, but it'll pick the house up enough to where the doors are not working normal. And that's happened every year. And then in the spring, or summer, it goes back down, it's fine. And then I was down here looking at the well, the city well, which isn't too far from there. And it says on there, I don't know if you guys ever seen that or not, but it says we need to protect the water, the water source. That would be our groundwater. It's actually flowing underground, and any contaminants would flow underground. And it's clear down there, maybe 20 feet deep, this lake. We're living on the lake, what we are. But the pressure, when it rains, will pressurize that water underneath there. And then nobody's addressing the blood, 300 gallons of blood that's coming out of these animals. What they're going to do with that? You can't put that down a sewer plant. That ain't going to work, you know. And then you can't run it down the river. That ain't going to work either. So, this water source really needs to be protected, and the city knows that water is flowing underground, and it's high. It really comes right up real high. It's a high water level when it's raining and in the winter months, you know. And it starts clear back up there by 395, by that golf course. I've dug my tractor out, and I dug a lot of holes up there, and it's flowing underground right there. And it flows down this way. I got to dig 14 feet deep, and it's just a lake underneath there. That's what it is, you know. So that's something to think about. We got to protect that water. Any contaminants is going to get in that water. It's going to flow. It's not going to just lay there. It's going to move. So it'd be a good idea to think about that. We can't contaminate that well because that well supplies a lot of water for a lot of people. And it's a big well. So you could talk to the city about that. They know all about this water level, and the soil conservation knows all about it too. They know where all the water is and underneath the ground everywhere. The soil conservation does, you know. So I think that they got to address that blood more. You can't just go dumping that around, and there's going to be hundreds and hundreds of gallons of that all over the place.
Thank you. Linda Buchanan.
Am I on?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm Linda Buchanan. I'm a resident of Carson City. My husband is a native of Carson City. I'm here to oppose the location of the slaughterhouse in Carson City. I live on Hills Bells Road. We have a well, as well as others in our neighborhood. It's my understanding with slaughterhouses and doing the research, which somebody obviously has produced for you guys, there's a high potential of high levels of nitrogen and phosphorus, sending those kinds of things to a sewage treatment plant, who will then disperse them to our community and into our waterways. The sewage wastewater is also used in other ways. We are not, in my opinion, set up to do that. There are those things, if we have a flood, we are in floodwater. If you remember several years ago, we had a major flooding. Carson River overflowed, the Mexican Dam and Ditch, all of our properties around there. And some of that is still agriculture. I live in an agricultural area. And the potential of the contamination in the water with us is very high. We are not only on wells, the city is on wells. My question is to the Planning Commission, are any of you willing to accept the potential danger to infants and others with water contamination, also the pollution in the air? And again, I am really concerned about that. I don't think the kind of research has been produced or reviewed by staff, and perhaps staff doesn't have the knowledge to do that. And I am highly concerned about this. I would like to say it has nothing to do with the value of 4-H. I grew up in an agricultural area. 4-H is an honorable thing. I think it's really good. Nor does it have to do whether the couple that are presenting this are nice neighbors, good friends, somebody you want to do business with. The issue is the position and placement of a slaughterhouse in our community. We are a city of pride, and a slaughterhouse is not something particularly, in my opinion, which would bring pride to Carson City. Thank you.
Chris Pattison.
Hello, Chris Pattison. For the record, I live, as a crow flies, probably less than a half mile away across the river from the proposed area for the slaughterhouse. In my opinion, I think it'd be a great place for it to be. It sounds like to me that every objection, every concern that everybody here has been overcome. There doesn't seem to be, to me, an issue with the location or with how they're going to operate the business. I'm a longtime resident. I've lived here most of my life, between here and Gardnerville. I was an FFA when I was in high school. I've been to the UNR facility. That was in '99, but it was probably the cleanest place I've ever been. I've worked in some pretty bad areas. I personally have done body recovery for some different organizations in town, and those facilities are not nearly as clean as meat processing plants. So as a local that lives very close by to this place, I'm looking forward to it being there. At least then I can have a short drive to get some really nice cured meats. Thank you.
Thank you. Jolynn Harmer. That was your sister earlier, right?
Yeah, I wish. No, that's my daughter. I'm very proud. Am I on?
No.
Okay. Okay. I was here also before. I'm going to try to be really quick.
Please identify yourself again.
I will do that. Okay. I'm Joylyn Harmer. I actually live in Washoe Valley, but my office is down Midtown Carson City on Division Street.
Hold on a minute. Whoever has that telephone, would you please take it somewhere else? Thank you. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No problem. A lot of these people have talked about loving the city and moving here from other places, long-term residency, pride, yada, yada, yada. Thanks to our planning commission, we are a wonderful place to live. And I think we should give some credit to staff that has addressed the Regulation 18 and has done studies. And these aren't just dummies. They're educated people that have put together a great report. I'm curious if any of these people have read the report, and they've approved it. And I think that we should respect their work, and I would like you all to approve this meat plan. You've heard a lot about how much we need it. We do need it. Normally, I would be handing out a couple of lambs for Christmas gifts, but we can't get into Fallon, a USDA thing, until January 28th. These lambs were ready to go at the first part of November. They're going to be mutton by the time we get them processed. And the population is growing, and the need for this is growing. I think if general industrial area is not the place for this plant, well, then where is? And as my daughter told you, and I've been on the campus, you don't even know it's there. The ag building is gorgeous. You don't know it's there. The days that there's cattle there, they keep them comfortable, they keep them happy till they're humanely put down. And Mike has ran a great facility over in Reno, UNR. I talked about it before. You'd pull in with your animals and you wouldn't even know the animals were there. And the only smell I smelled the day I was there, like I said before, was the wet earth of the sprinklers on the right-hand side. So I think a lot of these fears, and that's what they are, is fears, are unfounded. I think that these will be great neighbors, and I think we should respect the staff that's done their due diligence, and please approve this. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's it. That's all I have signed up. So, Heather, can you, sir?
I didn't sign up. Could I still say something? Or do you want to go home?
Come ahead. Last one, last chance.
I even have pictures for you. Can I give them to you?
Pardon?
I said I even have pictures for you. So this is.
Please sit down and identify yourself. They'll take the photos from you.
Yeah.
Are you distributing those or just going to show them from your seat?
There would be for him, because he asked a question. My name is Peter Bader, and I got some pictures here of the property in question.
Can you restate your name?
My name is Peter Bader, and I have some pictures here of the property in question that clearly shows there's water flowing at the moment on two places to this property, and there's a pond, and last time I was there were ducks on it on the pictures. There are no ducks. But you're welcome to this. That's just to settle that matter about wetlands. Yes, there is water up there. Is it exactly where they want to build? I'm not 100% sure, but there is definitely water on that property. And there's just a couple more things. I made such a mess with my notes, so. Okay. My biggest concern is not the slaughterhouse itself, it's the location. And I'm going to be selfish and say, I'm concerned about my property value. Nobody in here, not the Sinclairs, not you, can guarantee me that my property value will not go down once this is built. I have a neighbor who moved up from LA a few months ago, and once we told them there's a possibility of a slaughterhouse go in, they told me, if I would have known that, I would have not bought the house here. Now that's just one person, okay? The minimum that's gonna happen with this slaughterhouse, it will affect my property in a way that instead of maybe 100 people being interested in buying my property, it may be only be 50 or less. Like I said, I got 4-H, I got ranchers that are interested in the slaughterhouse. I understand their interests, I understand their needs, but they should also understand my needs, and that's my property value. I've been living in that house for over 25 years. I've been paying my mortgage, I've been paying the city's taxes, and I don't think I should take a hit once this happens. When I bought that house, behind me was light industrial. It was zone light industrial, where the city in the meantime changed it to general industrial. You know, stuff like that happens here. I don't think it's fair. So for that reason, I'm not happy with that location at all. I think you guys need to find a different location. That's all I gotta say.
Thank you. Okay, Heather?
Okay, so I didn't hear a whole lot of questions. I think there were a couple of questions, or maybe Stephen can shed a little bit of light on the flood zones that are on the property and what the requirements are with regard to that. The drainage and impacts to sewer, and maybe touch on impacts to surrounding wells again. I did hear
a question or statement that the water usage should have to go to growth management based on what we've reviewed. And I believe that the development engineering staff is comfortable with the numbers that were reviewed. Growth management would not be triggered. It's triggered at an average of 15,000 gallons per day. So I think I'll turn it over to Stephen.
Stephen Pote for the record. And on that note, the applicant may have additional information specific to water use and their historic knowledge, but looking at the third-party range of water uses that was provided, staff looked at that, and we looked at the whole range and said, worst case scenario, if they come in way above what the estimate is at the top of this range, do we have capacity to supply sewer and water? And the answer was yes, we have capacity. On the impact to sewer, another aspect of that is our environmental control with the discharge permit. They will be looking at what denaturing chemicals are being used, and they can actually dictate, what chemicals can and cannot be used, or at least what cannot go down the drain. And then, as I mentioned before, sand oil separator, that kind of pretreatment. Again, with the wetland, we are requiring a wetland delineation report to ensure that they're not encroaching on any wetland areas. With respect to flood damage, again, they have to meet the city standards. Probably the most important one is balancing cut and fill. So if they're filling in the flood zones, the AE flood zone, they're required to offset that with cuts, so they're not just filling in that area and causing water to go somewhere else. Another aspect of our flood standards is ensuring that finished floor is 2 feet above the base flood elevation. So in a 100-year event, the finished floor of this facility should be 2 feet higher than the flood. So it's not like flood waters are going to be sweeping through the facility. Drainage standards were mentioned. There's mention of the no calculations provided for sizing of the detention basin. That's pretty typical for this point in design. That's typically something that we see when we get closer to a site improvement permit, those calculations being provided. Again, with protection of groundwater and city wells, with the all the operations being drained to the sewer, and also with the daily operation of removing the waste and all those materials, there shouldn't be any reason for it to get into the groundwater any more than any other industrial use that could potentially have a spill. But we don't anticipate there's a reason that we'd see a spill of some kind. So that's all I've got.
Okay. Is that it, Heather?
Just a quick note, if the Planning Commission ultimately takes staff's recommendation, I would recommend modifying condition number 3 to clarify that the development shall be substantially in accordance with the development plans approved with this application, including the floor plan, building elevations, and landscaping as presented at the December 15th, 2021 Planning Commission.
Okay. Anything else?
That's it from me for now.
Okay. All right, group, your turn. Any comments? Mr. Perry?
Yeah, I'll make a few comments. Sure heard a lot tonight, and both pro and con of this. It's always a just kind of a general statement. It's always a difficult decision when you have some residential up against industrial zoning, and there's always boundary issues there when something changes. I've seen that on the Planning Commission numerous times, because the residential folks often don't want to see something put on the industrial, and the industrial folks want to maintain the value of their general industrial zone land. But I read a lot of things that were sent in over the last couple of weeks as we approached this meeting. So I decided I was going to do my own due diligence on this. And I called, I wanted to see one of these facilities to see if the noise and odor and all the things that I had heard were real or not real, and what the risks there were to doing such a project here. So I called the manager at this Wolfpack Meats last week and made an appointment, and I went up on Monday. And they're not associated with these folks, but I wanted to see what one of these facilities looked like, because I'm not a meat person, I haven't been in this industry. And, if you've never been there, that's off of McCarran Boulevard in southeast Reno there. It's part of what has been the university farm for many years, and the facility's been there for some time. It's a similar size operation, and I just jotted some notes down here. They harvest like this project is proposed to do one time a week on Thursdays. And it is small ranchers and farmers that bring in pickup trucks and trailers the animals, because that's who uses this. It's not big ranches that deliver hundreds of cattle at a time. They're delivering them in horse trailers, basically. And the university has a few that they actually slaughter every week from the university farm there. It's not an indoor holding facility. It's an outdoor holding facility. There were no animals the day I was there Monday, because they did their slaughtering on Thursday. There is a excuse me. There is a USDA inspector on site. They have an office there. And they're there when the animals are harvested, and they're also there when the animals are butchered. So what I saw was, the harvesting room, which was, and I think a couple people described this as pretty much spotless, looked like a hospital. And the blood went down into a holding tank, and it was pumped out once a week. And the animals stuff that they don't process there for meat go into drums, and they're picked up by Reno Rendering that day. And I think that's what I saw in this also. So they're not stored on site there. I didn't detect any odors other than, if you go into the butchering room, it smells like a butcher shop, because basically they harvest once a week, and the other 4 days a week it's a butcher shop. There was 6 butchers there cutting meat. And I actually stuck around in the break room to talk to them, and they had all been long-term employees and enjoyed working there, and they work 40-hour work weeks. I didn't ask them how much they made, but they obviously were career butchers and had been there for a number of years. There are residences within 500 feet of that facility. I didn't go around and ask them, did you ever have any problems with this? But just asking the people that operate the facility, do you have any complaints that go to the Planning Commission in Reno? And they said no, they haven't. At least in the time that person had been running it, they hadn't. It wasn't something out of an Upton Sinclair novel, if you're familiar with those, and I think, that at least I satisfied myself that I do not think that there will be an impact in this area. It is zone general industrial, this is a fit for that. And I mean, it has general industrial uses around it, the waste management, garbage truck yard, and a batch plant. And I realize there's a residential use there that's not too far away from it. I think she said 844 feet. But at least from what I saw in my own due diligence, if this is run like that, I don't think that there will be any impacts to the local residents there. I can't come up with a reason myself to say I have a finding against this. after looking at one of those. I will say also, it was this commission that we had a asphalt plant, probably about a half mile, I'm looking at the map there, half mile to 3/4 of a mile to the east that had a conditional use permit. And there were neighbors that complained because they weren't operating it well. And we did revoke that conditional use permit here just about a year ago. And I think that at least one of the conditions of a 1-year review of this, I think puts some teeth in that, to where if something isn't right and we have complaints that the conditional use permit, which CUPs are always revocable. There's a process we have to go through to do it, but they are revocable. Anyway, those are my thoughts on it. So.
Okay. Sure.
Okay. I do want to thank everybody that came. And I did want to let you guys know is that I haven't gotten a lot of sleep because there has been a lot of information that's been given to us in the last week or so. And I know for myself, and I can pretty much speak for my board members, we take this very, very seriously. And we read this information. And some of it was pertinent and some of it wasn't. But we do go ahead and we read it. We take it very seriously. I, too, am a longtime Carson City resident. Actually, I hate to say this, but almost 63 years. So what I've got is I came from an area here that when I was a kid, we had all the big ranches. We had Longs and Anderson, and Schultz has had several. The Lathrops had them. Ballardini's, Borda's, Empire. I mean, everything was ranches. This was an agricultural area. I came from a development family who went in there and took the ranches and built houses, okay? So what we've got on this thing is we have had people, and I've also lived in another area too, that actually fought to keep ranches, fought to keep the agricultural because they had too much urban. And they said, we are running out the urban, we're running out we're running out the rural, we're running out the ranches, we're running out the values. So this is something that, I really think a lot about. One of the things that we used to do all the time is every year we used to go to the 4-H auctions, and we used to buy animals because we were supporting the kids in the neighborhood, in the community, to actually put in money for their college. I came back here, found out I couldn't do it because I couldn't harvest an animal. And that to me was a really tough situation because there was no answer. You could not give the kid the money to go ahead and get the animal if they could not get it harvested. Like they said, you go from lamb to mutton. It's a whole different world. The one thing that got me is last time I was kind of torn. I was torn because the fact is the Sierra, the Villa Sierra Mobile Home Park. It is close, but it's 2 football fields away. One of the things that I'm aware of is that the space between this and that used to be, actually it used to be a boarding facility. Prior, then it became Carson, the Carson Building Supply. And then from there it went to BMC. We had a whole bunch of buildings that ended up sitting there. They were vacant, they were taken down, and now all it is it's a dust mess. And I think that that's pretty deteriorating. The other thing that I listened to at our meeting that we had last time is when we had people come and talk from the Sierra Mobile Home Park. One of the things that came up is they'd been having problems with their sewers and their septics, and they were having them come back into their homes. One of the conditions of this requirement is upgrading that sewer pump system and everything on the downside. This is going to be a benefit to that mobile home park because you have an infrastructure that's failing. This gives them the chance to remain in their homes. This is a big thing. Being able to bring in water, bringing in sewer, cleaning up the infrastructure that has been deteriorated, they're willing to make that investment. To me, that is really big. I'd like to also say that for over a year, I managed the property directly across from Wolfpack Meats. for Basin Street Properties, and I had no complaints in regards to that facility. And I was concerned because I thought, do I have trucks? Because it's actually a intersection that is not a controlled intersection. But there were no problems with that because, again, we're not dealing with the great big semis with the cattle that are just piled in there, then you don't know how they came from. People are coming in with their small trucks, trailers, and they're bringing in individual animals. The other concern I had when I first came here and listened to this and heard about this was, I'm with you, slaughterhouse is something that I thought about too, but I also had a lot of experience as far as feedlots and stockyards. Those feedlots and stockyards, actually, that's where you have the urine, the feces, the so forth that actually get into the water, into the systems. Those are a concern to me. This is not what this is. This is not a feedlot. It is not a stockyard. So, let me see. I think one of the things that gets me is that people say they didn't approve this in Douglas County. And I think one of the things that needs to be clarified, the reason they did not approve it in Douglas County, and we did actually have somebody came in and spoke to us in regards to this, and I was able to follow up with them, is because there was no infrastructure. There was no sewer, there was no water, and it was going to go back into the ground. This one right here is actually mitigated and it's regulated. Let me think. My other concern is back when this was actually the building supply company, and when it was BMC, they used to drive big semis with trusses, trusses and so forth on Highway 50. And so my concern is our traffic has gotten more, the road is wider, the traffic's faster, and it's a lot more right on Highway 50. Where they are taking this and moving this over to a controlled intersection at Deer Run and moving it down Brick Road and making the improvements and have already set up the easements on that, that to me is another one of my concerns that has been addressed. Let me see. I think the other thing is, though, is that we've got a 4.43 acre lot. So that's huge. When you figure out a square foot of an acre is 46,500 square feet, and this footprint is only going to be 10,600, it's small, and it's set back. So I think that the people on this board, I know this, and I know with the staff, is we've taken into a lot of considerations. We don't want a problem with like we had with the asphalt plant. With the asphalt, that's what I wanted to say, is the asphalt plant. What happens is a lot of people say, go ahead and put it in Lyon County. And Lyon County does not have the water. It does not have the sewer. What you would be doing is you'd actually putting it into pits and detention ponds. So that is another problem. I don't know if you guys are aware that right now that there's basically a building moratorium in the Dayton area. If you don't have a permit, you don't have an APN number, you don't have an ability to get onto the water and the sewer. So with all of those conditions and the way that we've gone ahead and looked at mitigating it, I really do not see any reason to go ahead and deny this one. Thank you.
Mr. Lloyd?
So Commissioner Lloyd, for the record, I appreciate the tremendous amount of research and citations specifically that were included in all of the public comment provided. But I do believe that this is an appropriate use of the zoning. And for better understanding, I might say that a special use permit is really a specific use permit, not necessarily something that's an exception. And, I think that I can't find a cause to deny this, but I would be open to what Commissioner Wiggins was mentioning earlier about potential to include conditions of approval that more specifically allow us to take action in the future if there are issues.
Commissioner Kilgore?
I absolutely commend the developers on what they've gone through to make the changes in this. That is huge. And in the last meeting, I did briefly ask when it was mentioned that they would move all the holding to indoors, that the offloading of animals could also be done indoors, and that was done as well. So as far as for anything else I could think to put in front of them and have them overcome, I'm very impressed. Though that does not change that I serve the community, and I think they have spoken very clearly, and that's where I stand.
Okay. Commissioner Wiggins?
Commissioner Wiggins, for the record. So, first of all, just summarize a couple items. Number one, I do agree with the other commissioner that talked about how this is general industrial zoned properties, but not only that, there are other general industrial properties directly adjacent to this. So I'm not looking at this as a real transition parcel. That being said, I still don't think this facility has the right to emit offensive odors or create noise, and those are probably the most or the biggest things that could be objectionable to folks around here. I guarantee you that waste management probably doesn't have any requirement to not emit odors or not emit certain noise. The concrete plant, the auto repair place, they don't have these requirements or these levels of hoops to jump through. But I think in this case, they're coming in after the fact. There are residents nearby. So I'm going to stand by what I said earlier, and I would like to have another condition of approval that we can enforce if this doesn't work out like the developer says it is. And that condition would read no odors emitted or noise greater than 80 decibels at the property line. That concludes mine.
Where would you put that?
Number 29.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
could we maybe add 2 individual conditions if this is the direction that the commission wants to take? One would be no odors shall be realized at the property line, and the other would be noise levels at the property line shall not exceed 80 decibels.
I'm good with that.
I'd like to comment on that.
Yeah.
I mean, I get the
Commissioner
80 decibels, that's a measurable number. But remember how we struggled with the term odor? What is that? How is it measurable? You know, if it rains and it smells like sagebrush and it blows off the property, is that an odor? You know, what, I think there's got to be something quantifiable or a descriptor to that, you know, so that we don't run into the same thing, because we basically sent city people out with their noses to the asphalt plant, you know,
How about-
downwind numerous times to say yes or no, it was offensive or not offensive. So I don't know, offensive odors or something, not just odors.
No odors related to the processing of animals?
That's a better descriptor than odors.
Well, I think the vehicle is there anyway, but I don't have a problem with trying to fine tune it.
Does the city attorney have any input on nice lawyer type words for offensive odors or malfeasant odors or?
This is Todd Reese, Deputy District Attorney. Commissioner Wiggins, I don't. I understand Commissioner Perry's concern where, noise is quantitatively measurable, I'm not, I haven't looked into whether odors are quantitatively measurable, and I'm not sure that they are. So I don't have anything to suggest at the moment. If you would like, this is something I could look into, but I probably wouldn't have additional language for you tonight.
Hope, were you going to say something?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Hope Sullivan, Community Development Director. We know odors are not quantifiable. We went down this path with Tahoe Western Asphalt. So we've already investigated that, and we talked about that Ranger machine, which mixed the clean air with the other air, and so on and so forth. Having said that, I have enforced odor regulations on horse facilities in other communities. And essentially, I think what Heather wrote is probably adequate. And then with the 1-year review, if it feels like it needs to be refined, we could certainly refine it. But I think the objective is to ensure that this use doesn't create offensive odors. And if it does, it's ending up back at the Planning Commission. And then you all will vet what an offensive odor is. And as you typically do, you'll work towards a solution. And that, I think that will include better defining it. Having said all that, the applicant believes they're not going to create an odor. But we did deal with odors at Tahoe Western Asphalt. We dealt with odors at the marijuana facility. Can I quantify that odor? No, I can't. Can I tell you that the marijuana facility odor was from the marijuana facility? 100% I can tell you that. Some people might find it offensive, others won't. So that's my input.
Okay. From my standpoint, one of the things that does bother me a little bit, and it's not totally related to this, but it happened at the same time. We've had a lot of concern about water usage. At the same meeting where this was first considered, we had a car wash that uses 29,500 gallons of water a day, over twice the normal requirement available to anyone else. And there was no hue and cry. I think, it's almost like we're selective. If I don't like a project and it uses too much water, if I want to go wash my car, I don't care how much they use. And I think we need to be careful with those kinds of, assumptions. This commission is also the Growth Management Commission, and we're tasked with taking care and stewardship of the water allocations in our community. And I think we take that very seriously. This facility, like any other commercial facility, can use up to 15,000 gallons a day without having to come to the Growth Management Commission and without having to do anything else. Just like the 3 other car washes in town that use less than 15,000 gallons a day. So I think this commission is extremely sensitive to those kinds of issues. And I would hope that the community would be just as sensitive about things that don't necessarily happen in their backyard. I would like for you to be as concerned about the car wash on the south side of town as you are about the water usage at a treatment plant. Having said that, I think the condition that we have, one of the things that we wanted to do and that we as a board have been doing at least this year is finding ways to put teeth into the special use permits that we approve. Too many times we approve something and you have to assume that everybody does everything they say they're going to do. One of the things we're trying to do is to make sure that they do follow the rule that we all believe they're supposed to. And so we've set in here a condition that says they have to come back in a year and show us why they deserve to keep this special use permit in place. Part of that review will be how many complaints have we received? how much water do they use? Is there a negative effect that we hadn't thought of? Are cars veering off the road of Highway 50 because the cow mooed too loud? We need to, we're not going to be able to, I don't think, solve all the problems at one time, but I do believe that these conditions that we've set forth and the efforts that the developers made is going to make an industrial plant in an industrial area pretty much a non-factor in the neighborhood. And that's all I got. So yep.
It sounds like there may be an additional condition. Were you going to call on the applicant to see if he was going to accept that?
Okay.
Chris Baker, Manhart Consulting, here on behalf of the applicant. First of all, I do want to echo Commissioner Preston's thank you for this is the public process at work. I do this a lot. Usually it's not this civil. Let's just use that term. So I do appreciate both sides. I appreciate the commission. I mean, I commend you. You've gone above and beyond. There's been thousands of pages, and to take time out of your day to do a site visit on a related facility, it just says a lot, and I really do appreciate it. And with the condition, the additional condition or modification of it for the annual review, I'm completely confident that this commission reviewing this every year is going to take legitimate concerns very seriously and work with the applicant to make sure that these conditions that are put forth are enforced correctly, and that the best intent to preserve the community that is there is in mind. So with that, yes, we do agree with the additional condition, and we thank everyone for their time.
Okay. Commissioner Wiggins?
How about an additional condition related to no offensive odors or no odors at the property line? And second to that, no noise greater than 80 decibels at the property line.
Again, yes, we do agree with the decibels. I don't think that's a concern. We've done some noise studies on similar facilities, and what we're finding is that the road noise, that is the ambient road noise, is louder than any of the industrial uses. So that's something that's easy to quantify. Again, the odor is relatively subjective, but I believe putting the language in the condition we're okay with, just knowing that we have complete confidence in the commission as the reviewing body every year if you need a site visit. Odor is something that, it's subjective, but I'm pretty sure if you send 5 to 7 people out there, they're going to know an odor when they smell one. So with that, I think we're comfortable with the condition.
Okay. Commission, are you comfortable with that or not? I am. Okay, how would we state it then, Heather?
So I think we're looking at 2 additional conditions. Is that correct? So we would have one that said, no odors related to the processing of animals shall be realized at the property line. And another that said, no noise levels at the property line shall not exceed 80 decibels.
Okay. And that,
We agree as worded.
okay. Okay with you?
Mr. Chair, I
Yes, ma'am.
suspect you're about to do a motion, which is fine. But what I'd like for the benefit of the record, either before the motion or after, it doesn't matter, but just for the benefit of the record, if you're voting in favor of the special use permit, an affirmative statement that you can make the required findings of fact as outlined in 1802-080, or if you cannot make the findings of fact, a statement as to what finding you cannot make and why you cannot make it. Thank you.
Okay. Sure.
I'll make a motion as soon as I find the page.
Here, this one.
Got it. I'll add that one.
All
I
right.
got it. I move to approve special use permit LU-2021-0308 based on the findings and subject to the conditions of approval contained in the staff report, including the addition of, we'll call that condition 29, the staff memo. Is that?
Related to the wetland delineation requirement?
Yeah, and I'll just read it. The applicant must provide a wetland delineation report with the building permit application and, if applicable, obtain approval from the EPA for the project design as it relates to wetlands prior to any permits for construction being issued. Oh, actually, it was written at the bottom.
Yeah.
Thanks. In addition to that, condition 30, which would be no odors related to the operation at the property line. Is that what you said, Heather?
No odors related to the processing of animals shall be realized at the property line.
Yeah, much better. That. And then condition 31, no noise levels exceeding 80 decibels at the property line.
Okay. Is there a second? Commissioner Preston seconds. Any further discussion? All in favor? How do you want to do that? You want to go, you want to poll the board?
I think that's probably a good idea. Let's
right.
do a call, and as you vote, if you could just state that you're voting for the motion
Okay.
because you can make each of the findings of fact
All
in
right.
the affirmative. That
Lamar,
would
will
be
you
good.
call the roll, please?
Chair Borders.
I vote in favor, and I can find all the
Vice Chair
findings of fact.
Wiggins.
I vote in favor because it meets all the conditions with the added conditions that we just created.
Commissioner Lloyd.
I vote in favor and can make the findings of fact in the affirmative for LU 2021-0308.
Commissioner Kilgore.
I do not vote in favor. I do not find that it meets a few of the conditions of which I stated last month and that did not change.
Could you repeat them, please?
No. Thank you.
Commissioner Kilgore,
we
I
need
believe
them.
last time it was the finding number 2 concerning neighborhood compatibility.
Yes, indeed. Thank you.
Commissioner Perry.
I vote in favor of the motion as I can find the findings of facts in 1802-080.
Commissioner Preston.
I vote in the affirmative because I can affirm the findings of facts as outlined in the motion.
And for the record, Commissioner Eswine is absent.
All right, motion carries 5-1. And again, I would like to thank everybody that was here for your civility and your input. Thank you very much. Sure. Thank you. Well, I with a short stick. We're going to take about a 5-minute recess. Commissioner Perry, need a bigger hammer. Yes. You were talking. Staff report.
The due date for the January meeting's tomorrow, so we don't know quite yet what the applications will be that come before you in January. We will definitely meet in January because we do have to continue on Title 18, as I explained, as part of the master plan annual report. I explained it under the master plan annual report, but we have to keep going. And the thought process on that again is just it's an integrated document, so we need to review the balance of it. In terms of what the Board of Supervisors has been working on, Heather and I just put our brains together, and I don't think we've taken anything to them recently. So I'll double check on that and send an email if there is some action they've taken, but I don't believe there has been anything that you've referred up to them.
Do we have to elect a new chair in January?
I believe so, and I think there are 2 seats that are up in January, Preston and Borders.
Mhm.
And the Board of Supervisors will be considering those appointments in January, I believe, and we will schedule the election, the chair and vice chair.
Okay.
I got a question for staff on that.
Okay.
Hope, Commissioner Wiggins, for the record. Last time Paul Eswine had a whole book of items. Were you able to meet with Paul and go through the rest of those, or are we just going to start over from where Paul left off?
I did not review it with Paul because what happened was I spoke to Dan Yu, and we were reviewing next steps on Title 18. And what he and I agreed on is I would take what the recommendation of this commission was forward to the Board of Supervisors for information only. And that would allow, well, not information only, but not for action. And the board could weigh in as to whether or not they were in agreement with what the Planning Commission was putting forward. And we still have to go through those other chapters. So it's a bit fluid, so I didn't feel the urgency to do that.
Any other commissioners? Hope, you want these binders and things back?
Yes, because I anticipate we'll need these materials. Thank you.
All right. Well, you want us to leave them here, or what do you want to do with them?
If you wrote in them, then just leave them, and we'll take the empty binder, but leave your materials. If you did not write in your materials and they're clean materials, then that will save us a lot of copying should this happen to go to the board. Okay, then no, I guess we'll take the binders to have the binders, right? And otherwise, that's all.
Okay. If you want the binder, you have to take the paper that's in it. All right, is there any other commissioner, any other item, public comment? The public is invited at this time to comment on and discuss any topic that is relevant to or within the authority of the planning commission, including any matter that is not specifically included on the agenda as an action item. Hearing none, motion to adjourn.
Quick question, real quick. I just want to be clear on this. I'm sorry for being rude earlier. I want to apologize to the whole commission for that, especially you, Miss. I'm sorry. I do have mass respect for all of you. But I just want to be clear that is it frowned upon if I wish to, plead the fifth on any of this? If I don't feel the desire to speak in detail for what my passion is on these subjects based on many, many reasons why I wouldn't want to speak? Doesn't that make sense? If I think that it's going to be controversial that I speak, that I just don't speak?
Mr. Chair, if I may
yeah.
ask, first, absolutely, you can choose to not speak, 100%. I think this has a high likelihood of appeal, and I wanted the Board of Supervisors to have the benefit of knowing every single commissioner's thought process, which is why I asked for that articulation. So if that made it awkward, I apologize.
No, I'm sorry.
Well, I just think typically when we vote no, we ought to have a reason. And if it's just as generic as I can't make all the findings, I think that suffices. But I think if we're obligated, if we don't agree, I think we're obligated to give some reason why.
This is Todd Reese, Deputy DA. I'll simply echo Hope's comments. You are, of course, free to choose to elaborate or not elaborate. That's your choice. Going to Hope is also correct that assuming the decision is appealed, then the Board of Supervisors will consider it, and then a court would consider the Board of Supervisors' decision. Assuming that it goes that far. When you get to the court contexts and considering like the Court of Appeals, for instance, when judges are dissenting, they often explain why. And there's been numerous cases where at the next level up for, in Nevada, that would be the Court of Appeals going to the Supreme Court. There's been numerous appeals where the Supreme Court may agree with the dissent and then can use the reasoning of the no vote or the dissent to craft their own opinion or base their own opinion on appeal. So, for instance, in this particular case, if you so chose, you could so chose to elaborate on your decision to vote no. The Board of Supervisors could look at that and say, you know what, I agree with the dissenting commissioner, and we're going to vote to uphold the appeal and basically overturn the decision of the Planning Commission. So that said, that's all of what I'm saying is by way of example, and you're absolutely free to say as much or as little as you want.
Thank you so much. That is very clarifying. Thank you.
For the benefit of the entire commission, I pushed you to speak to the findings because there was an appeal recently that went to the Board of Supervisors where there was a motion, it was a second. There was a lot of discussion. If you were in the room, you could read what each commissioner was thinking and kind of what the thought process was. But the Board of Supervisors isn't in the room with you. And so they're reading the meeting minutes, maybe watching the tape, maybe not. And so it's not necessarily super clear unless those words are spoken. I cannot make finding two. I cannot make finding whatever. I can make the findings. Those are really clear statements that are of benefit to the Board of Supervisors when considering an appeal of your position, because they have to understand who was thinking what were their arguments. And so you create a really, really good record, but it's just that one tiny piece we always have to make sure we include. So that's why I keep pushing on that. Thank you.
All right. There's a motion on the floor to adjourn. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, we're out of here.